All right, welcome back once again to the stream, and welcome back to Wrath of the Righteous. So, today we've got a bunch of stuff to take care of. Hopefully it'll be quick, but you never know. The most pressing one probably is taking care of the dragon. Gotta go deal with that nonsense. But apart from that, we got that. We've got, let's see. Dragon, Ivory Sanctum. I now have everything I need to get in there, so that's good. And what else? What else? Anything else I need to do in particular? Well, I mean, obviously I got to do the mythic stuff, but that'll come later. Right. I forgot I'm a gnome illusionist. I spent so long playing as Super Skillman Rogue that I've almost forgotten that I'm a gnome illusionist now. Alright, Radiance. Grab that. I need that to give to Sela. And yeah, that's the main one. Since she's currently using this flail I picked up from someplace. A bunch of these can be dumped in here, though. I can use a light mace and illustrious sweep. Yeah, we just dump these in the chest. Deadly Toll, Demon's Terror, Crippling Kiss, Eye for an Eye, Wreaking Heart of Arcane, Sequence of Murder, Sweep, Throwing Axe of Silence is a +3. Unavoidable Drill. What's one dog currently using? Currently using Fixed Obsession, which is a +3 Keen, and Frost Embrace, which is a +3. So yeah, that can go in here then. For weapons, we got this, which can be sold. Bastion of Lion's Heart. +2 Tower Shield, grants wearer negative energy resistance 10. That can go in here. Chainmail Dragonfly. All allies in a 30-foot radius, +1 insight bonus to dexterity. Elemental Imbuement. Fine Maneuver. Warden of Darkness can stay in the trash forever. Forever. Just go away. I don't care.
We do it my way.
Now let's see to the street. What do we got? Burden of the Aeon, Night Gamblers, Private Averis versus Private Ramley. Oh, gotta do that one too. Can't forget about that one. Since I gotta leave town to take care of that.
Follow if you
See, where's Social? Social is over here. I'll just stop up here and talk to the floating painting tools over there. Oh, he's real. Social's drawing a fortress on a hill, with solid walls, looming towers, and knights bearing banners marching through the gates. You don't realize at first that you've seen this place before. The cleric's gift has rendered the lost chapel almost unrecognizable. Heard you've been playing cards at night. Cards, me? Social looks away in embarrassment. Who could possibly think? I've only visited the games once or twice to get a sense of what our soldiers do when they're off duty. You think I'm addicted to gambling? Nothing of the sort. Don't worry, I'm absolutely fine.
I'm off.
Should I go for Social this time? I don't know. I don't know if Social romance is where I want to go with this character. This character honestly feels like any romance is a down step.
I do what I must.
Wilsa, give me... show me what you got. Bulk sell, nothing to sell. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. Deal.
I'm gone.
Okay, right, over here. There they are. Bramley is an unpleasant, weaselly little man. Is that because I'm a gnome? His eyes dart around nervously, keeping a close watch on his surroundings. Officer, would you like to buy a belt? A little worn, but the buckle is from Absalom itself. Oh, I do, Commander. Good day. How about this belt? I know you broke the law. It's time to confess. Got this from Avarice, haven't you? Well, I'd expect nothing else from her. She's out of her mind with grief. And I'm not worthy of her sister, apparently. How about that? I might not be handsome or brave or rich. So what? Am I unworthy of love just because nature didn't make me tall and good looking? Excuse me? I say, looking up at this man. Bramley shakes his head in sorrow. It's all right. If you want to prove that I'm a looter, show some evidence. Stolen items, a cache. Bramley shrugs and grins, revealing a gaping hole where this front tooth should be. If you have nothing, that settles it then. I can't be a trial commander. You won't be able to pass judgment on me. I'm interested in Scyld's amulet. Bramley looks at you silently. Oh no, Commander. That item isn't for sale. It's dear to my heart. Little Scyld gave it to me before the fight, as if she already knew she wasn't coming back. We were so close. After the crusade, we were going to build a cozy little house right in the riverbank. But life is terribly unfair. Avarice clenches her fist to strike, but regains control of herself. And instead, she hisses furiously through clenched teeth. My sister had a husband she loved and 2 children, a boy and a girl. Father made this amulet for her. Only her duty to Mendev was more important to my sister than my family. She didn't abandon Mendev. She wouldn't have abandoned her loved ones. Apparently knows nothing about Scyld. Ask him, see for yourself. Where'd you get the amulet? It's... Bramley thinks. It's some family thing. I didn't ask, you know? What does it matter? It's the only memory I have of her. Why would I want to know where she got it? It doesn't matter now. She would have spoken to you about her children, I'm sure. Tell me about them. Bramley pauses to think. Children, yes. 2, I think. 2 little rascals. Fortunately, I've forgotten their names, but she used to carry locks of their hair in a little pouch around her neck. Yes, she did. Little blonde locks. Avarice's lips tremble with rage. You searched her corpse, you scavenger! You even looked in her pouch, didn't you? That's decency, Avarice. You and I are practically family! Bramley tries to sound reproachful, but you hear the mockery in his voice. You to Scyld was married, didn't you? Bramley casts a quick glance at Avarice. I heard something about a man, but you know how it is. You think life's pretty good when you meet someone. You realize the way you feel is real, and that you don't need anyone else. That's what we had. I know it's hard for Avarice to believe her sister wasn't perfect. With time, she'll understand and forgive me. Right, Avarice? Avarice grits her teeth but remains silent. Her eyes burn with hatred. That's enough. Show me the belt. Bramley produces a leather belt from his pack. The belt buckle is shaped like the winged eye of Absalom. The belt is in good condition, though a little frayed. Someone definitely wore this for quite some time. What do you think? This fine article will serve you for many years, and it's so convenient for attaching a purse or a bag. This belt has obviously been worn. Where'd you get it? From my brother. I'm the youngest of the family, Commander. I'm used to wearing hand-me-downs, but they still give me anything they don't need. My brother bought a new belt, so he gave me this one. But I'm a simple man. I'm not going to wear something like this, and I could use some money for wine and tobacco. Oh, so your brothers just load up their things into an old cart and send them to you here in Dresden? A likely story. What else you got? Take a look, Commander. You can even pick them up if you want. Might find something you like. Let's see. Got some scrolls of grease. Literally just junk. Although it does have some potions of vanish. I'll just grab those. Because those are... I'll grab the things that are useful before I deal with him permanently. Do I have any heads in my inventory? I want to keep that one. I can get rid of this. I can get rid of that. I can get rid of that. Get rid of this. That's Arving's note. Why is this not something you can sell? Like, what's the point of keeping a fork? I get the rest of this. Like, this is an ingredient for something, but a fork? What on earth do you need a fork for? I can get rid of this. I got Elven Notes. Masquerade Letter. I can get rid of that. That's right. I got that one. I should go pick up Krennic, shouldn't I? See anything I can sell to him. This is all ingredients I want to keep. Deal. Everything you're selling, it's all junk. None of it's any good. You go to my commander. I can bring some other things from my storehouse. It won't take me long, more than an hour. No more than an hour. I have a nice set chainmail from Catapash. There's a small tear in the front, but a good blacksmith can easily fix that. I got a dwarven helmet, completely new. A shield from a paladin of Iomade. What deity do you believe in? You take the shield, scratch off Iomade's symbol, and put anything you want on it. Avarice whispers to you softly. An hour. It's clear his storehouse isn't in Dresden, but it's close enough for him to be back in an hour. I think we should check the ruins around Dresden. There's an abandoned village nearby. When we drove the demons away from the city, we checked all the houses. Ramley must have picked one and made it his storehouse. Hey, what are you whispering about? Ramley cranes his neck, trying to overhear your conversation. Nothing. Commander's leaving, and I'll stay here to guard you. After all, there are dangerous times. Yeah, seems reasonable. Okay, let's get out of here. Bring you. Come along, Grey Boy. It's time for you to pay up. And by pay up, I mean be of use. Okay, let me just level you up. Yeah, okay, that works. Improve critical. Dwarven War Axe, huh? Defensive Study. I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, I picked 2 weapon fighting mythic as well. Rupture Restraints. I mean, I suppose that's reasonable. What am I doing? This way. Duh. Okay, now real quickly, let me just go through here. Make sure these armies are... Core of the Riddle, nice. Just gonna come through here and make sure that these armies all clean up the map as far as I can. For example, right there, this one has the ability to clean up in that direction. Let's see, anything else over there? Oh, could go here. There's a direction this way to clean up. Where else? Send you up here to try and get those paths cleaned out. Alright, I gotta do these ones. Ah, the map. Excellent. The ancient map of Sarkorius, where I can get the int-based weapon, which is, again, really useful for me, come to think of it. Who is that? What is this? Looks like a little gray boar. What is that? Like, what is that, really? It looks like a little teeny gray boar on the road. Where was it? It was over here. Yeah, what is that? What is that? Okay, I'm just gonna find out, because I have no idea what that is. Really? Is that the fastest way to go? Wouldn't it be faster to go that way? It's Devara again, I bet. probably... Yeah, it sure is.
Bathe in your blood.
Really, what is that? Oh, and there's Blackwater. I'm gonna go deal with Blackwater. Can't forget about Blackwater. What is that, though? It appears to be nothing. Weird. Oh, man. Alright, let's do the village ruins then. Get some Aeon going. I'm gone. That's a bunch of rocks. They're criminals. Okay, you... where is Enforce Reality? Or Force Reality? Okay, well, I guess that was unnecessary. I should probably equip the... No, because I can't really use it as much as I would. Like, the int bonus I'm getting from my headbands is much better than a bonus to initiative that I'd be getting. Oh, into the basement.
Follow if you dare.
I'm glad I was useful to you.
I'm off.
Thank you, Arushale. The cache opens with a creak. The smell of dust, dried blood, and rust hits your nose. Engraved amulets, dented armor battered from heavy blows, a shielded paladin of Amade, a dwarven helmet with hair still stuck inside, a set of chainmail from Katapesh with a hole torn through its left side, worn-out boots, its equal parts rubbish heap and scavenger's nest. You shouldn't touch anything. Let the soldiers who come to collect the evidence take everything and make a list. Some of the relatives of the deceased might recognize these items and want to claim them. Too bad I can't sort through it.
I do what I must.
I mean, I could have. I could have certainly done that, but too bad I couldn't. Or, too bad I would not on this character. This character is not the sort of person who would... Why did the map get cleared back out? That's weird. Why did the map get, like... Why?
We do it my way.
It's weird.
Follow if you dare.
Alright. Well, that takes care of that nonsense. We'll come back for that nonsense later. But first... Why go that direction? Isn't it faster to go here? I also should probably visit the Temple of the Good Hunt. I'm right here. Might as well. And I don't know what Aeon interaction I'm going to have here.
I'm off.
I remember there is something where you can call out, I think it's Kato, as, like, being a criminal because he's hiding the cultists.
I do what I must.
Yeah. The young cleric of Aristil greets you with a shy smile. What an honor it is to see you again, Commander. Welcome to the Temple of Delmir the Blessed. As the temple's prior, I offer my greetings. At the word prior, the priest's face blushes pink. Who are you again? They call me Kato, the shepherd boy. Well, that's what they used to call me, but it's not very fitting for a priest, is it? Their cleric lapses into confused silence for a few moments. I come from a village near Lastwall. I've always been drawn to Aristil, even as a child. A cleric by the name of Jod once passed through our village, a kind old man. He looked me in the eye, a silly little kid, and he said, I see you're going to serve Aristil just like myself. And so I did. When I heard about your crusade, I set out to join it, just as my heart was telling me to do. At first, I served as a novice under the venerable Rathmus. Now that he's gone, I've been left on my own. Rathmus and I marched on Dresden with your forces. We fought in your host. And then when the demons were driven out, I came here. This temple is centuries old. Aristil's worshippers would have come here in their hundreds in the past. But even now, we get the odd pilgrim wandering in. That's why I wanted to take over this temple. Someone ought to take care of the sacred place. I want to know more about the temple. That's really it. Have you seen anything suspicious? No, everything's fine, quiet around here. There's nothing going on in the temple, that's for sure. Pilgrims have said there's a dragon flying around this area, snatching up travelers, and others say there's just rumor. Things are quiet in my temple. Have you heard about my new powers? They're a true blessing. The cleric refuses to look you in the eye. To be able to see the truth of human souls, it's truly incredible, but it must be a burden for you, Commander, seeing only the worst in people. How can that be any better than lying to oneself and looking at everything through rose-tinted glass? You can only be seeing half the full picture. And isn't it lonely standing alone at the summit and looking down on everyone? How can you love someone, even as a friend, if you only see wrongdoers everywhere you look? In your shoes, I would probably have refused such a gift. If I could. I was lucky that Aristil willed me to become a priest. I can forgive if my heart chooses to, but you, don't you have the right to forgive a guilty person? If you can no longer feel pity or compassion, that's horrific. I need the services of a cleric. Alright, we've got a lot of scrolls. A lot of scrolls. Pawnman's ring. Oh, that's useful. Potions, cloaks of resistance, red salamander. Wear the rings to be able to cast spells spontaneously. It grants them the ability to cast the following spells: Fireball, Control, Fireball, Fire Snake, Hellfire Ray, Firestorm, and Fiery Body. That's bad. It's terrible. That's awful. Ooh. That's where you get the specialist belt. Glowing croissant. Man, I'm gonna hate having to kill you later. Wow, he's got a lot of scrolls. Okay, let's go with first here. We got diamond dust, which is very expensive to buy all of it, and diamonds, and dinosaur bones. I could actually buy all the dinosaur bones if I really wanted. $6,400 is not a lot of money, all things considered. For that many, for 32 casts of legendary whatever it was. I wish I could get scrolls I didn't know, because it doesn't list these. Scroll of magic weapon. I get spells available, yeah. I get magic weapon. Scroll of banishment, undeath to death. It's a little annoying that I can't do this. It doesn't list stuff here that I can learn. Like, I'm pretty sure I don't have greater magic weapon. Or a magic weapon. But it doesn't list it as me not being able to learn it. Okay, let's skip that for now. We've got ingredients. Bunch of ingredients. Slimy skin. We got mirror dust, bizarre, glass. Scroll scriber kits if I wanted to scroll scribe. Ring of Pyromania. Whenever the wearer of this ring deals fire damage through a spell, they deal an additional 1d6 plus 5 fire damage. They also get a +2 bonus on caster level checks made to overcome spell resistance. That's pretty good. For Ember. Actually, both of those are great. This and Red Salamander. Although Ember already would have Hellfire Ray, and I think Fire Snake as spells. Wisdom and Charisma. And when you land a killing blow with a melee weapon, next spell becomes empowered as though using Empower spell feat. That would actually be... So this is clearly intended for clerics. Like, this is very clearly intended for a cleric. But if you had a magus with this thing, that would be pretty sick. Because you could use that, and magus, if you crit fish as a magus... Yeah, actually, if you did, like, a magus trickster, let's say. Magus trickster, crit fishing, because you can get a lot of crits with magus. And just, like, I don't know, scimitar? Something like that. Improve your crit modifier up to ×4, get, like, a crit range of, like, 14 to 20 or whatever it is by the end of that. You could do this, and then that would give you a pretty good chance of instantly killing something with a Shocking Grasp crit, which would allow you to immediately empower your next Shocking Grasp spell combat when you hit somebody. And it would just continue chaining off. Like, I had an idea a while back about a Order of the Flame Sword Saint Samurai, because Order of the Flame has an ability where it's a Cavalier order, which you can also use with Samurai since they're basically an alternate class for Cavalier. You could use that, and it allows you to, when you kill something, you get to chain kill, challenge something else, which gets you bonus damage against that target. And with a Sword Saint Samurai, every time they challenge a new target, they have the ability to do like a big EI slash, which does like 1d6 per level on top of their normal damage. So the idea was you just do this, you slash somebody down as a, as like a standard action or a full round action with your EI slash, and then you challenge somebody immediately in order to keep the combo going. And then next round, you just do the exact same thing again. And you just keep going on, and a single person could like theoretically wipe out an army effectively just by doing that. There was a bit more to it than that as well. Like, it was doing that, and then I think cleaving finish and cleave through in order to basically splash the damage onto adjacent targets. And then there were also had the feat that gives you temporary health whenever you challenge. And if you stack that feat enough times, because that's like one of the few times you can just stack feats. If you stack that thing enough times, you can get like 2 or 3 times your level in temp HP every time you challenge or something. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I remember like at the end of that build at like max level, you would be able to get like 200 HP every time you challenge. So you'd be able to just sit there, tank almost any number of hits, kill somebody, and then when you activate your challenge, you then get all that HP back. So that's completely apropos of nothing. I'm just saying that this kind of works for a magus. Where wisdom, charisma, intelligence, wisdom, intelligence, charisma. +2. I'm currently using a intelligence, charisma +2. Yeah, so that doesn't matter. So it does sell good stuff, though. Does sell good stuff. So actually, let me go here real quick and just copy recipe. There we go. Recipes copied.
Is there more?
Please don't go in there. Oh no. Quick, you don't touch that door. I discovered it. Where does it go? Kyoto's face goes gray and he falters and starts over his words. What door? Oh, the door leads into the... So there's nothing interesting behind that door. Sweat breaks out on the cleric's forehead as he looks at you with pleading eyes. I see you violate the laws of this world. It's time to confess. What? No, I follow Aristotle. Never done anything bad. No, sir, I don't want anything. Cleric is shaking, his hands trembling. Now it'll be easier to convince him to come clean. You're hiding some terrible secret. If you want to continue to do so, one of your flock will suffer. Is that what you want? Kyoto looks looks to be on the verge of tears. So this is Inheritor. She's a witch. She came here one night, threatened to torture me, and demanded that I let her to the crypt. She said her friends will be coming here sometimes, and she placed a curse on me. If I allow anyone other than initiated servants of Baphomet into the crypt without her permission, a brood of rats will appear in my stomach, and they'll gnaw me from the inside out. But I want to live. I'm no warrior. I'm a humble shepherd. I never said a word to anyone. They go in here and do things. They whisper. I'm afraid to go in. And you can't go in. There's no one in there now anyway. Inheritor hasn't been here for many days. Are still willing. She won't come here again. Cursed witch. Camellia sighs in exasperation. What do you expect from a peasant? It's in a peasant's nature to obey those who are stronger. I don't know who this Inheritor is, but I'd like to get my hands on her and have a chat. Or maybe I just reach for my weapon right away. It speaks a language all its own. A quick death is too good for cultist scum like her. After all the fear and torment and pain they put people through. After this furious outburst, Sela calms down again and speaks to Kyoto. Stay strong, kid. You're not alone. You have allies in your faith. The little priest has struck up a friendship with our enemies. He betrayed us, hid them in his own temple, and now he's been caught. What should we do with this foolish little bird caught in a snare, master? I know so many wonderful ways of inflicting pain. I scarcely know where to begin. The hunter's gaze grows hungry and predatory, like a wildcat that has spotted a defenseless dove. Pure animal terror is written on Kyoto's face. Commander, won't let your claws on me, evil fiend. He is just now hand me over to tried as the law commands. I mean, he's right. This is not as easy as go straight to jail. Or not go straight to hell. Like with this one, nah. I want to go to the crypt. Cleric's resistance is hanging by a thread. His lips are trembling, his voice drops to a whisper. I have to keep right to. I have to. Oh god, there was a trickster path option I never saw. Oh god, I missed a trickster option. Ah. You know, there is actually a way to do the trickster option still. When was the last time I saved? Right at the entrance. Excellent. Okay, so let's just do a little... So, I'm not going to pick the angel option, but if I go to Bag of Tricks here, and then I go to... where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I guess I could do that one. Nope. I'd have to do it before I hit that dialogue point. I'm just trying to see the, That's not what I was looking for, though. What I was looking for was... is it? Where is it? I'm trying to find the thing that... Is it not? Maybe it's under level up? Ah, there it is. All mythic paths. That was it. That's the one I was trying to find. Oh, well, this one's fine. Okay, tell me about Delamere. Okay, this is just Aerosol stuff. Although there was that entire dialogue here that I skipped because I wasn't... Yeah, I just... No, well, it's fine.
I found something.
I missed the entire dialogue, which is unfortunate, because it looked like there was quite a lot there, too. So I'll go back through it in a second. Okay. No one except initiated servants of Baphomet can enter the crypt? Well, then initiate me. You're a cleric after all, and the Shrine of Baphomet is in your temple. Make me one of your flock. Kyato stares at you with horror and delight. But I'm not a true beast of Baphomet. You're right, I technically am serving him, and the shrine is in my keeping. Do you think it'd work? You could kill her next time she comes, and the curse will be broken. Kyato's voice sounds both steely and frightened in equal measure. I don't know how it's done, but Sam Chelovsky, do you trust in your Lord Baphomet? Do you have faith in his protection? Do you invoke his patronage? I do. Kyato shrinks away, then warily glances around himself, but nothing happens. With a trembling hand, the cleric gives you the key. I'm not sure. I don't think it worked. Maybe we should test it, please.
I'm gone.
That's stupid. I love it. That's fucking amazing. That's fucking incredible. That's great. Oh my god, I missed that. Oh, I'm so upset. Okay, let's turn that setting off now. I'm really upset I missed that option. Oh my god. Oh god, did I just never go back? I don't remember what I did. Oh god, what did I do here the first time? Because I definitely did not see that. Did I never come here? I think I might have just never come here on my last playthrough. Ah. Oh, it's terrifying. I live here alone, you see. People travel a great distance to come here. I've been given an important task. Here in the Whirlwind, these temples are needed more than ever, so that people don't lose their faith. That doesn't stop my legs shaking in terror. I think of my teacher Rathmus, rest his soul. I feel like running away. I swear I would have run long ago. One thing keeps me here. Air still will not have granted me these spells for no reason. I cannot let him down, or the people. I can't let them down either. Tell me about Delamere. She lived in these parts back when Sarkoris was still standing. She was a priestess of Aristil, and the Khalids deeply respected her for her hard nature and her unshakable faith. Aristil blessed her with various wonders, and the common folk knew that she would stand up for them. Delamere did not like city life. She said cities encouraged vile deeds and corruption of the soul. She said that people ought to live in small clans where everyone knows everyone, where everyone is kin, and where every person has a duty to the rest. You can't hide your sins in a village. In a village, everyone knows what kind of person you are. She had a revelation, and she would travel around the villages and see how many people lived there. If any settlement had more than 53 souls, she drove out all the rest and told them to settle elsewhere, because otherwise the villages would have grown and turned into little towns. Her methods were harsh, of course, but people still listened to her, because Aristil himself was on her side. She had an edge to her. She single-handedly chased off whole bands of marauders that harassed villagers. And after she died, this temple was built in her honor, in the place where Aristil gifted her with his relics. They say it was here that a white stag emerged from the forest and spoke to her in a human voice, telling her that she should hunt it, because it was the will of her lord. Delamere tracked that stag for 3 days and 3 nights through the forest, and when she ran into the ground, she made its antlers into a bow and its hide into armor, and that bow never misses. And Aristil himself blessed that armor, so that it repels the strikes of enemies. Wait, so she's buried here, is what you're saying? It's gotta be a crypt or something like that, right? Could there be any valuables lying around in there, you think? But valuables? The young man's voice hardens all of a sudden. There are no valuables in there, and you better stop thinking what you were thinking just now. You're in a sacred place, Woldriv. Try to think about something other than filling your pockets for once. A fine hunter with a harsh temper, tough and successful. And better yet, someone who is morally opposed to living in those stinking piles the Uplander calls cities. She sounds just like me. No, you're nothing like her. Woldriv mutters under his breath. Maybe you should be buried along with her if you like her so much. What are you mumbling about? Come on, spit it out. I'm just saying a little prayer asking Delamere for her help in an important matter. Can't say any more. It's between me and her blessedness. I don't share her views, but I respect her faith. Even I think that she was a hard woman. Can it truly be wrong for more than 53 people to live in one place? And if there are 54? Does the moral decay and treachery begin immediately? Kyoto catches himself and turns red. That's my foolishness and ignorance talking. The wisdom of Aristil is revealed to Delamere, so she must have understood the unique mysteries underpinning the world. Tell me more about Aristil. Aristil's an old god, back from the times when there were no such things as towns. Simple he is, and good, and he wants people to be the same. He wants them to live in small settlements where everyone knows each other. He wants them to value the simple joys of life and not vacuous pondering. He wants people to earn their bread honestly, through hunting, crafts, farming, and fishing. He especially prizes hunting, of course, when it's for sustenance rather than sport. He is both stag and hunter. He favors both guises. Aristil does not like finery, and he demands no special ceremonies. He used to simply appear before hunters and rangers and offer his wisdom. When he's anchored, he's terrifying. If someone harms the country folk, takes pleasure in herding animals, or spoils the crops, that person may well take an arrow from Aristil, and his bow knows no mercy. He is the father of all bows, for it was Aristil who taught people how to shoot. Alright, Bill Excel, nothing there. Give me that glowing croissant. Have to go.
There's something here.
Yeah, just grab the item.
I'm gone.
Something over there.
A trap.
I shall not be swayed from my path. I'm trusting you.
I'm trusting you to get this trap dealt with.
I'm glad I was useful to you. I finished here. Is there more? I finished here.
Ooh, Elven
there
notes. Nope, that's Finian.
Interesting.
Ooh.
We
Flour,
do it my
corrupted
way.
animal meat. Good stuff, good stuff. It's really a shame, though, that his inventory disappears when he dies, because he's got some good stuff.
I found, something.
I'm glad I was useful to you.
There's something here.
Yep, take that. Take that. There's Elven notes, always handy.
I finished here.
Belt of
Is
incredible
there more?
dexterity +4. Very good, very good. Who would
Follow
get that?
if you dare.
Wenduog or Arushalay, I guess.
I finished here. Is there...
Kyoto guiltily hangs his head like a criminal caught in the act. With a trembling hand, he gives you the key. The final words sound unexpectedly clear and crisp. Don't go in there. Okay, God, there's just so many spells. Like acid arrow, acid fog, acid hit, acid spray, align weapon. Banishment. Do I have atonement? Yeah, atonement's there. Fail for polymorph, banishment, battering blast. Shape 4. Less weapon. Let's encourage life. Why are there 2 scrolls of blindness? Okay, chain lightning, chaos hammer cleanse. I'm just putting one of everything in here. So that way, I can first see let's bestow curse. I can see what spells there are, and then I can just like single out the ones that only I can use. Did I throw Dispel Magic in there already? Yes, I did. Dragon Breath, Dragonkind 1. Mental Body. Enervation, Enlarge, Mass, Expeditious Retreat. False Life Greater, Fire Snake, Fireball, Fire Belly, First. Okay. Power Wilting, Hurricane Bow. Sea Storm. God, there's a lot of spells. Magic Vestment. Mind Blank, Mind Blank. Polymorph. It's a lot of scrolls of polymorph. Greater polymorph. Power blind, prayer, protection from acid, communal, protection, arrows, communal, protection from a lion, communal. Wait, did I have protection? Okay, protection from acid, communal. Protection from acid, so protection from cold. Oh, I see, right. That's alignment. I've got arrows and communal arrows, alignment and communal alignment. Rage, rainbow pattern, raise dead, ray enfeeblement, ray of exhaustion. Sickening, reduce person, remove blindness, remove curse. Remove disease. Remove fear, paralysis, sickness. Resist acid and communal. Scare, Scorching Ray, Searing Light, See Invisibility, Communal, Sense Vitals, Shadow Conjuration, Shadow Evocation, Shield, Congress, Shout, Sleep, Slow, Snowball, Spike Pit, Stinking Cloud, Stone Cold, Stone Fist, Stone to Flash, Stone Skin, Stunning Barrier, Summon Huge Elemental, Summon Large Elemental, Summon Medium Elemental, Summon Monster 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Small Elemental, Touch Bracelet, Slime, True Seeing, True Strike, Unbreakable Heart, Scroll Undeath to Death, Light, Vampire Touch, Vanish, Connect Storm, Waves, Web, Racking Ray. Okay, so buying all those scrolls is 160,000 gold. Now we go through and see which ones I can't learn. Acid Fog? Is that only because... Wait, what is Acid... Acid Fog should be a Wizard Sorcerer spell. Yeah, it's a Wizard Sorcerer 6 spell, so I can't use it yet. Which is why it's... I see. Okay. So it's gonna be a little... Social Camellia. Social. 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 If it says that's available to Social right now, then I'm just gonna get rid of it. Or something like this, which is Sela. Ball Strength Mass isn't available? That's gotta be wrong. I don't think it's worth doing this. I'm gonna be real. It's very unfortunate because he's got a lot of spells that look good, but it's just like I don't know. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of them. Like, if I could have it... If there was a mod which is just highlight learnable scrolls in shop, that would be sick. I'm not sure why it doesn't. It might just be a they didn't bother adding it thing. Anyway, that's enough of that detour.
I do what I must.
Yep, it's Devara again. Who would have guessed? Of course, it's Devara again.
Won't fall here. I swear it.
Good stuff. Oh yeah, Ursula, do you have a belt? No, you don't. Here, let me... Where's the belt, Dex? +2 Dex, +4 Dex. There you go. Now you have a +4 Dex belt. Oh, and we're close to Blackwater, too. That's a good place to go. Alright, real quickly. Continue onwards. Got old Sarkorian mines. That's number 1. Oh, yeah, these guys go up this way. You know what? There you go. Hey, look at that. It's all linked up now. Ha-ha. Okay, head down this direction. Get over here and start linking up these paths. Just to make traveling around a little easier. Okay, now where else can I go? That's gonna like... This one's probably gonna head down this way. I guess come over here? And I don't know where I put these guys. Here, just hang out over this way. Hang out over in Gloomy Gorge. Why on earth are you going that direction? I guess it is the fast way to go. Hey, Molten Scar! That's where I need to be. How convenient. Don't you just love it when a good plan comes together?
Your ancestors were the first crusaders who followed the queen herself. Doesn't that make you proud?
I'm proud of the strength and the iron will they passed down to me. I couldn't care less who they followed.
It's a little bit of a weird read, but it's fine. Also, I want to just check something here. Cursed children! Demons have been stealing children in Canabras! I got 13 degrees to go through. Ooh. Okay, what's currently in business? Studying Sword of Valor, orders to Irabeth. That's fine. I've got a couple weeks before I got to deal with those things. Oh, look, it's a place for a suitable ambush. Let's get started. Wow, it only took 17 minutes.
We will win this war.
Alright, first off, hey, look at my spell list. Oof. Alright, everybody, haste up. And let's go. Easy. Now to get out of here. Where's the exit? Where's the, oh, the map exit's over here. Oh my god, look at the horse go. God, look at that horse just ride. The ground is covered in fresh dragon blood and deep claw marks. The winged silhouette soars high up into the night sky and heads east, doubtless toward her lair. The assassin gives the commander a thumbs up and throws his pack over his shoulder. The ambush was a success. Serious loss of blood, though not fatal, causes the dragon's heart to compensate by contracting more rapidly in order to oxygenate the muscles. This makes it more difficult for her to breathe and weakens her wing capacity. The lack of oxygen then leads to convulsive seizures that force the dragon to descend for short rests. It takes her the entire night to travel the distance she normally could cover in a few hours. Yeah! Now, while she's doing that... let's take care of Blackwater! My favorite. Oh, this zone sucks. But, at least there's no regen in this difficulty. So let's see if I can just walk through it. There we go. Wanted to call lightning. Ah, of course, that's how. Let's see. I want resist energy communal, and I want to give everybody lightning resistance. Huh. Oh, there it goes. That's weird. I don't know why it took so long to open. Your defeat is certain. You'll be overpowered. You will be assimilated. Capitulate. Capitulate.
Do not fear. Do not waver.
I'm glad I was useful to you.
Anything good? Just greatsword +1. Okay. Well, I can clean this place up before I leave. Examine the gates. Unknown metal. It's adamantine. Okay, I know part of the code is here. Rhombus is involved.
This quick.
Remember my name.
Okay, so Rhombus. Alright, that's the one I need the lock for. You need a passkey to get through that one. It's reinforced.
You'll make a fine trophy.
I'll pick up all this junk on the way out.
Your throat out.
I really should just, like, memorize what the code is at this point, because it's not... Like, it's always just, like, I just gotta run around or do the stuff. There we go. I've either gotta brute force it, or I just gotta, like, run around to this point to get to there. There we go. And I believe that's the body that has the note. Third symbol in the code is a base, a circle with a dot. So circle with a dot is the third one. I know there's a rhombus in there. So let's try this. So rhombus, circle, circle the dot. Circle, rhombus, circle the dot. So circle, rhombus, circle the dot. There it is, 254. Oh, did I go this way? I didn't.
Time to work.
We got stuff here. We got stuff here. There's a rest point. If I want to recover some stuff, which I don't really need to. Got Knowledge World. Brain circlets.
Begone, feed your heads down.
They're taking a minute. They're taking a minute. They're taking. It's taking a minute.
I took a cave slug for a foe. Hell is for you.
Jesus Christ. Anyone have lightning? Do I have lightning? Yeah, I've got Jolt.
What I was needed for.
There we go. You know, I'm just gonna do this. I'm just gonna have Jolt set as my auto cast. That seems like a good idea for this. There we go. Numerian Bomb. I don't know what that's for. I actually have never used this thing. I don't know what it does. I actually do not know what this thing does. Alright, well, I can get that stuff later.
Simply business.
I believe... Is this where... No, I don't think this is where... Ooh, Mass Dimension Door. Yes, I'll take that. I'll learn it right now. Where is it? Locked. It opens that door. So no, this is the entrance. This is where I came around. Was this where it is? No, I can't remember where the room is. Oh, does it? Oh. Okay. Well, thanks for letting me know that. I actually did not know that. So you can either guess the code or you can just blow it open. Also, hi, Brandon. How you doing? Is it here? Ah, there's the lockpick. Right. I'm doing all right. Just working my way through Aeon now.
Practice makes perfect.
Okay, so I've got the lockpick plus lockpick fuel, which I believe I can use over here-ish. So this door was the other one. Ah, I see. So it's not ideal. Okay, that's the key. So this one's the one I can lockpick. Which gives more lockpick fuel. As well as Scream of Pain, which is the Tongi, right? Yeah. Ah, yes. Now this room.
Great.
My dream.
Cyber demons! Which are, cyber demons are 100% canonically present? I guess the best way to put it.
Wendwag.
Since in the failure state for Wrath of the Righteous, there's the part where Numenera? No, Numeria. Numenera is a different thing entirely. Numeria blows up. They nuke themselves to try and stop the demons, which results in irradiated cyber demons from coming out, if I remember correctly.
They will break against our resolve.
Which is pretty rad, but also terrible. I don't know, I'd have to take a look again. It's been a minute since I looked at the ending of Wrath of the Righteous. The failure states for the campaigns are always very interesting. Well, no, actually that's not true. They're like half interesting. God damn it. Rolled a 2. Oh, well, I didn't miss much. If I remember correctly, it just tells me this is like, it's reading everything. That's basically all that thing tells me. No, but I'm trying to remember. Like, half of the campaigns are kind of... The failure state for half of the campaigns is pretty mid. Because it's just like, oh yeah, the thing ends, and a new band of heroes arises, and they make the exact same journey. And then the other half of them are like, oh, you failed. That means that an entire new campaign has started up with even higher stakes. Like, Rise of the Rune Lords, if I remember correctly, ends with the awakening of Mar, the great old one that lives in a volcano, effectively. And the campaign then becomes, oh yeah, no, you fucked up. Now deal with Mar. But also, Karzog is still around, and he doesn't like Mar being there either. You could totally team up with the Rune Lord who accidentally awakened him. Which is a cool setup, right? Like, you got this cool campaign idea where the worst enemy of mankind now has to team up with the new heroes in order to defeat the big evil that's happening. That's something you can totally work with. I want to say Reign of Winter also has a pretty good optional ending. Because Reign of Winter ends... If you fail to end Reign of Winter properly, the Winter Apocalypse starts. Which means that...
Let's make this quick.
You actually have to deal with, like, cold everywhere. Elvana has taken over the world effectively because she controls the winter and she is a winter witch. She's at her most powerful. I want to say, what is it? Kingmaker is actually probably one of the lamer ones because the entire area just basically vanishes into the Stolen Lands. Or it, like, literally just disappears. Council of Thieves and Legacy of Fire, I'm pretty sure, do nothing. The ending of Council of Thieves is a devil ascends to power. And Legacy of Fire is a big old fire djinn just appears and then fucks off to the Plane of Fire to take revenge on the Plane of Fire. And it's just like, whatever. Skulls and Shackles, I think, is one of the better ones, which is just, oh, just recess to State 1. Because then it's effectively, oh yeah, all the free captains have fallen apart, but that means there's room for new pirates to take over and reclaim the world or whatever. Which again is like, that makes more sense, and then you can have old pirates come back, because it's a reset, but the world state would still exist, as opposed to just it's a restart, and then you have to have your characters just do the whole thing over. Strange Aeons, I'm not familiar with. I don't remember what happens at the end of Strange Aeons if you fail. I know if you succeed at the end of Strange Aeons, you can get launched into 1920s New York as an investigator. So, there's a lot of stuff. Anyway, Wrath of the Righteous is, like, definitely the most interesting one of them. Because the failure state for that is, it is an entire new world state. Thank Chief Kara. Oh yeah, the blasting braces. I need those. Okay, PMD. Be able to discern. Really? Did I roll another 2 or something? I rolled a 3. Here's. Okay, let me just write this scroll into my library. Get all them spells. At one point, I was actually working on a doc, which is basically just going to be, oh, this is what it would look like if every single campaign failed. That was basically the basic idea. Just the fail state of every single campaign has happened in sequential order. What would it look like? What happens to the world? And it's really, like I said, it's interesting because about half of the things are completely inconsequential to everything. So I can't do this until I kill 100 Face. I think that's where you get the Numerian Greatsword. But about half of the things are completely inconsequential to literally anything that goes on, and the other ones are like vastly world-changing events. Oh, there's a psionic field there. Just as an example, I think what I came up with was, as a result, Wrath of the Righteous fails, right? So Demon Horde is advancing across Galarian, but then the Eternal Winter comes from Elvana, and the Witches of Irisin are actually able to combine forces with, like, the Northlanders, the other people in the north, like the Mammoth Lords and Land of the Linorm Kings, in order to form an effective defensive wall, because they've got Winter on their side, and they're fighting like a pitched battle against the demons as they come through. And then in the southern area, because, ironically, because of the failure state for Hell's Rebels, the failure state for Hell's Rebels is Barzillai Thrune, who's like the major villain for that campaign, becomes the land of Cheliax. He becomes a genius loci. He literally becomes an intelligent, like, plot of land that covers the entire country, effectively becoming a sort of a non-god god. And as a result, he becomes basically the protector of humanity because he is the bastion. He is the barrier that stands between the rest of the world and the demons. Which is a cool idea, I thought. Of course, this is all completely non-canon, just me writing things, but it's got some cool stuff. There's some cool ideas in there. Also, I got the Stormlord's Bracers, which I don't even know who I'd give those to at this point. I usually give them to Ember because Ember is the one who's got fire damage, and then I can just do everything electricity instead. But
Time to work.
given that nobody's really doing elemental damage here, I don't know who I'd give this to. Let's get rid of these salamanders.
Battle, my friends.
There we go. Got some item here. Ah, this gear. Component for 100 faces circlet. Perfect. I believe that's all I need for this part. A lot of junk. I don't have any flaming lockpick fuel. Oops. Get in there. Ah, flaming lockpick fuel. Perfect. Shit. UMD comes up so often, it's usually completely useless, except in this one instance. I guess I could boost my charisma with the cast.
I'm gone.
Hello, Thrav. Are you alive? What's your name? Where are your comrades? What'd they do to you? You're in control of your life. How'd you resist? I'll help you.
We did
I
it my
found
way.
something.
Scroll of Brilliant Inspiration.
I am never
Okay,
wrong.
so let's see here. Let's boost my... Do I have charisma prepared? I don't have charisma prepared. Unfortunate. Do you have charisma prepared? You do. Perfect. Give me that. And while we're at it, can you give me some luck? Any luck kind of thing? No? Okay, that's fine.
Follow if you dare.
Alright. Yes! Oh, psionic protection. Perfect.
Impossible!
Impossible!
I'm off.
Disable the arcane emitter. I should be able to just walk across this now. There we go. Alright, where is it? There it is.
A bright future awaits us.
Perfect. Alright, now time to deal with 100 Face.
I must.
Who are you? For 100 face. Hey, I know you. So you turned yourself into a machine? Why have you lured me here? What are you doing here? Fighting the demons. How do you convince Sarkorians to serve you? You're just playing with the lives of others. How do you bend morals to your will? Oh, he's never seen him. How'd you obtain him? Numeria! I won't submit to you.
This will be quick.
What's that there?
I'm glad I was useful to you.
Another one.
Is worth the pain.
Dude, this is... Yeah, this place sucks on core. I don't think I even managed to do it on core. I eventually had to change it down to story just because of how much lightning bullshit there is everywhere. Like, this is one of those zones that's just a huge hassle to deal with. Okay, turn this off, please. Somebody turn off the lightning thing before it gets my brain destroyed by the noise. There we go. Why are you giving your creation over to me? Okay, now we've got this. Examine the device. Figure out how it works. Failed. God damn it. I rolled a 5. Figures. It is interesting though that a lot of the like differences between like your successes and failures are just like a slight change in, wow, he was a genius. I have no idea how this works. Or, wow, he was a genius. I have no idea how this works. Alright, now what do I do with this thing? I guess I'll destroy it. This thing kind of sucks. Alright, well, you know what? I can keep it. Whatever. There's no real problem with keeping the machine. I just don't need to send anybody to it because the machine sucks, but it's useful. And right now, I could use anything.
Follow if you dare.
Alright, well that takes care of this area. So all that's left is a couple small rooms that I can just break into for loot.
This will be quick.
You guys should be under my control. Oh, nice. More flaming lockpick fuel. Always handy.
Please, forgive me.
God damn it, Arushale! Really? I was like, oh yeah, she's totally gonna just fail this one and roll a 1 or something. And yep, lo and behold. This is why never do anything that doesn't have a 100% chance of success, because the game will roll a 1.
We won't fall here. I swear it.
A 95% chance to succeed is just a fancy way of saying a 1% chance to succeed.
Finished here. Is there more?
Eluding swing. +3 ghost touch light mace. Ooh, great invisibility. That would be really good for Woljit if he used light maces.
I'm gone.
Part of the problem is that he's very focused on not using a light mace. Alright, got chest. It's triple fin helmet. I remember that thing. That's the escape pit. Or rather, not. No, that's. There's another place that has an escape pit that looks like that. I'm thinking of a. There we go. Can I get the chest? Thank you. There it is, Numerian Greatsword. I'm thinking of the pit in Arilu's lab. That's where the escape pit is.
I'm off.
Alright, so first off, I think it's wind, fire, hand. No, it's wind, hand, fire. No, it's hand, wind, fire. That was it. It was hand, wind, fire. Because you got to take the thing out of the room that's doing the chemical reaction. Then you need to clear the gas. Then you need to get rid of everything else. Right. I thought it was wind, hand, fire. All I remember is that you had to do it without the, You had to make sure that the gas wasn't in there for the explosion, because otherwise it would blow up the room and you wouldn't get anything. Alright, so, first off, hand symbol, then wind symbol, then fire symbol, and then he leaves. There we go. And I get to go in here and pick up the loot, which is Certainty of Death. That's that area cleared out. And then if I remember correctly, there's something over... Was there something over here, or did I already get that? I think this is everything. 90% certain this is everything. Yeah, this looks like everything. Yeah, I think this is everything. Alright, time to get the fuck out. Collect all that junk. And away we go. So, there's nothing else I want to take care of over here. I could go to this spot. I'm not overburdened, which is a good thing. Yeah, there's Sacred Lands. I might as well head there real quick. It's not too far out of the way, and it's not very hard to finish.
Our modest fellowship expands. Praise the sub.
Ah, thanks for the 8-month sub, Sven. I greatly appreciate it. I am in a deep rabbit hole with my fiancé in visual novels. Please send help. Oh, well, here, I'll help you out a little bit. Have you ever tried out the Fate series? Fate Stay Night, Fate Hollow Ataraxia, Fate Unlimited Codes, Fate Mahjong Night, Fate Grand Order, Fate Strange Fake. Yeah, I know. Those are all game visual novels. Let's see, what else is there? There's a Fate Strange Fake. I guess that's a light novel, technically. There's... I guess the only actual visual novels, technically speaking, would be Stay Night, Hollow Ataraxia. Unlimited Codes kind of has one. Grand Order. Yeah, those are the other ones that are actually, like, visual novels. The other ones, like, Extella and CCC... Those are primarily other gameplay types that just happen to have, like, the Fate storyline, but those are the only three that are, like, actually visual novels. Dreams of Desire. I'm not familiar with that one. I'm gonna be honest, the last time I read a visual novel was, like, 10 years ago, probably. Okay, what is Dreams of Desire? Do I know this one? Dreams of Desire Definitive. Ah, yes, I can see that. The developer is Lewd Lab. It's on Steam. 20% off. What was that other game that was coming out? Super Seducer? That's also a thing, isn't it? Technically, that's not really a visual novel. It's kind of one. Not really, but a little bit. Sort of. Not really. Just a teeny amount. Alright, time to do this puzzle.
Follow if you dare.
Yep. Yeah, I know, but I don't think one called Dreams of Desire necessarily is going to be one. Just a feeling I've got. Now what's another one? I'm trying to think here for a second. What is it? It's
I do what I must.
Umineko. Was it Umineko? Is it? Yes. Yes, it is Umineko. That one apparently is quite good, but I haven't gotten around to reading it yet.
We do it my way.
This one.
Follow if you dare.
Ah, good old dang it, Ron Paul. Yeah, that one, that's the other one that everyone always is all up about. I'm kind of like split on that one personally, because it's, what's the best way to put it? It looked very... God, what's the best way to put it?
I do what I must.
Hyper-Japanese? I don't think that's a good way to put it. It's just like, it's one of those series where it's just like... It feels like it's the most aggressively like, if you are Japanese, you'll get this, and if you aren't, then you won't.
Gone.
Just because of how, like... how all the characters, like, the super whatever, and it's just... Like, that's not really a... The way they're sort of done up just doesn't feel like a way that... It feels like something that's just like, oh yeah, I totally get this if you're Japanese, but if you're not, then it's just like, I don't understand what this is supposed to mean. Like that kind of feeling. I don't know, it's aggressively weird. I know people are really into it, though. I just have not had the desire to go into it, and like the little bits of it I've seen have been, honestly, the only thing I've really seen of it has been... it was Ultra Despair Girls, which looks terrible. But that's also a weird spin-off, so... Okay, I think it's red, 7, and that. No, they have to be up. So I actually have to invert their current positions. So everything has to be up except for that one. Let's see, Scythe. Scythe is down. Just move that one up.
We do it my way.
This one's currently fine, so I can leave that. Black
Follow if you
has
dare.
to go up, as does that one. And then R. R
I'm
is that one. R and this one. Yeah, well, that's... What do I need to do to open this? Looks like 7 needs to be closed up to do this. It's all the way over there, figures. Which one is this? This is the one that I currently need to do. Okay, so if I can actually invert that one, I'll be good. Which is where? It's over there. Which means swap red and black.
I do what I must.
There we go. Red and black. Wait, red. Wait, God, that wasn't it. God, I pushed the wrong button. I pushed the wrong button. I fucked myself. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Push that one there. Push red. Okay, this one over here, I can push the green. I push this one. Then I push this one. There we go. Problem solved. Anyway, as for that, let's take you back in time to the good old days of visual novels back in their heyday, where there are several different kinds of lewd visual novel. There are the visual novels that are designed specifically just to be porn games, where it's just like sex, 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 sex. There's the one where it's completely clean, no sex whatsoever, and then there's the one where it's just like there is a sex scene in there, but the story is the main focus. And those are like the 3 variations, effectively. Generally speaking, back in the day, sex was added in order to sell visual novels. Nowadays, people just read them because whatever, but back then, like, it was usually thrown in there if you had, like, an actual real story going on. They would throw it in there because otherwise nobody's going to buy it. Like, the one I'm most familiar with is Fate Stay Night, because I read that one way back in the day. And it's since gone on to have great deal of success, so it's the only one I really remember. There's a couple other ones I'd read of various quality, and that's the only real one that, like, sticks in my mind. But that one has some fairly infamous sex scenes, which got removed in the Realtà Nua version of the game for the PlayStation 2, and subsequently got back ported into like the patch version of the game. So any of the modern releases, by modern releases I mean any of the modern versions of it you're going to find are pretty much going to be patched in with that stuff. Because, one, the scenes are written very awkwardly and not particularly well, and they're mostly in there as a part of the storytelling method, and like they're a little bit shoehorned in there with plot device stuff, and as like this is what the character's doing, but then you could just do that. You can basically do the exact same thing except without the sex, but it doesn't sell if you don't have naked girl in there. That's basically it. That's the same reason, like, why is King Arthur a girl? Oh, there's a whole lore reason behind that, but the actual reason is because it'll market much better if you have a male main character and a female lead, as opposed to female main character with a male lead. That's the actual reason. And that's back in the day when it's like, when people in Japan would probably go, I'm not gonna buy something that has a girl main character. I'm a dude. I'm not gonna play that. I want to play as the guy banging the chicks, not the other way around. Anyway, they've kind of upped that now. Now, if they want to make a sex game, it's because they want a sex game. I feel like, generally speaking, it's moved past the point of you need to have boobs in it in order to sell your game. Yeah, well, that's up to you, and that also depends on the game, doesn't it? Right. I make no deals with demons.
This will be quick.
Okay, you guys come over here just as quick as you can. Horse, make your way to me. I need you now more than ever. Okay, now for me, I'm just going to 5-foot step back, and then I am going to cast. Because I haven't gotten a chance to do this, let's cast Phantasmal Killer. Really? What did I roll? I rolled a 6? Really? I just wanted to come... I wanted to come here and do the funny thing with this Phantasmal Killer, but I'm not allowed to. The horse is almost here. Okay, let's try that again. Boop. Are you fucking serious? Whatever. Like, what do I do about that? Are you fucking serious? I rolled a 3! Three attempts to cast a spell. And I rolled a 6, a 5, and a 3. I needed like an 8. I needed an 8 to clear that thing's SR.
My way.
Jesus Christ. I need to boost my spell penetration as far as I possibly can. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. I'm a little upset. I'm a little upset about this. This is how it's going to be, isn't it? It's just every time it's going to be, oh yeah, you know, you just failed your check. And if I don't fail my check, then that means the enemy is going to roll max SR or something. I don't fucking know. God. God, that was just... I'm very annoyed by that. I'm a little tilted. Let's just go back to Dresden first and do this. Clearly, UMD is something I'm going to have to start leveling as well. Let's see. True seeing. Is there a... Necromancy. Is that really the only illusion spell I get at level 6? Really? That's... Huh. I picked this because I thought, oh yeah, I'm going to be able to use the shadow spells to do everything, but it's kind of not working out that well. I should probably get heightened meta magic just so I can, like, cast these spells at higher spell slots so I can actually use them. Because right now I've only got... I got Shadow Conjuration here at level 4, and I can't cast anything at level 6 that's a shadow spell. I got Phantasmic Weird Factory, and that's it. Just gonna spell magic or something else. I don't know. Okay, greater weapon specialization, throwing axe, that works. Social, as a cleric, you get a level up, yeah, blah, blah, yeah, whatever. You basically get nothing new. Ranger, yep, okay, that's fine, yep, looks good, yep, sure. Yep, whatever, yep, okay. Alright, Bulwark, Horse. Let's see. Silver, Channel Conjuration, Dim Door's a good pick. Protect, resist energy, displacement, haste. Resist energy, displacement, haste. Spell magic. Invisibility, blur, your image, Eagle Splendor. And that seems fine here. First level. Blessed Weapon. Veil of Heaven. Let's go with Firebelly. Yeah, looks good. Greater Magic Weapon. The dog's got nothing. Social, you've got Where's this energy communal? Let's just get a full set of that. Blah, 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 blah. Cleanse? What is cleanse? Oh, that's personal. Is that like a standard? It is standard. Friendly creature. Let's get that. Why not? How long does this last? Rounds per level? Maybe not. Mass Cat's Grace. Oh, Blade Barrier is handy, I suppose. True Seeing Communal. That's a handy one to pick up. Ursula gets some spells too. Poison Communal, Feather Step Mass, Long Strider Greater. Let's see. Cat, bird. Bear. Looks good. Alright, back to Dresden. Should I do back to Dresden? Nah, I'll take care of the Bloody Trail right now. It's right there. It's over this way, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Personally examine the trail to impress the assassin. Artisan's Tower has been revealed, and now we get to have the fun time of trying to make it to the Artisan's Tower despite constant failures. Oh yeah, boy, I don't want to do that. Everyone just became exhausted, so we're gonna take a quick nap. Just gonna take a little nap here. Just real quick, just to make sure I don't die. How's the Demon Army? Where's that at? Alright, okay, you can hang out here. Is anyone in this area? Let's clear this map section out. You're closest. I guess you can hang out at Camp on the Ferry. Right there. Oh, could you make it there? No, you can get close though. Let's put you here. Really don't know where to... you know what? I'm going to have one of these guys come over this way, because at some point the Core Mazda thing is going to happen. Good stuff. Alright, take a nap. Everybody snooze up. Yeah, you're just gonna chill there, I think. Oh, it's not time yet. Okay, whatever, that's fine. Time for skill checks. Knowledge world. Thank you. Athletics or mobility? Mobility. I don't know why I even have to choose a character. Scare off the birds. And we made it down here safely. Yeah, nice. Okay, so now
It's time to act.
do this. Cast invisibility on Greybor.
Is my line of work.
Okay, do I have... Where's... There it is. Remove fear. And let's resist fire communal. And finally, let's haste it up and everybody get into position. Greybor, to battle! Sweet dreams.
This is my line of work.
I will resist.
Phase 2. She's gonna light everything on fire. No!
This is my...
Rely on
Okay,
me.
Sela, please mount your horse. Okay, now everybody go over here. Just everybody come over here. Ta-da!
I'm ready to offer you my services. As you can guess, it is always... This is my line of work.
Problem solved. Devar is dead.
That was
Now to
easy.
grab some XP.
A trivial task.
Oh! I just realized those are the same runes that were in the thing before. I never even noticed that. Are those new?
A trivial task.
Elven notes, always nice. That's where the heart of the tower was.
I'm gone.
Okay, we got some loot here to grab. Demon blood, and then I got some stuff in the basement to just grab because I might as well since I'm here. Even though there is nothing of any note down here that's worth the effort of going through these
We do it
fucking
my way.
mandragoras. These things suck.
I sense something.
They will break against our resolve.
Like, these are stronger than the dragon. Where's the other one? That's not all of them. I know there's a spell eater mandragora in here someplace. I don't see
Over
it.
there.
Follow if you
Scroll,
dare.
dispel magic, lesser kineticist rod. I really should make a kineticist for the next path I do. I don't know which one I would do though.
I'm off.
I really do want to make a kineticist for one of the characters. Kineticists are kind of bad numerically, but they're
I
really
do
fun.
what I must.
And there's a lot of dumb, fun stuff you can do with the class. Maybe those are so annoying to fight because they're only supposed to be fought by a kineticist who can just, like, blast him to death. I don't even know what I'd pick
I'm
for my
gone.
element. Like, what would be good? I'd have to see. The smart move, I guess, would be Earth to go into Metal Infusion, but like the elemental ones have better touch AC. And you don't have to deal with DR. And especially in this game, you can just bypass the energy resistances. Although you do still need to go through spell resistance, don't you? I guess that would be... Physical Blast would be the best way to go in that case? At which point you would go with... I'm just going to stop in there to get it off my map. I guess if you're going Physical Blast, best one would probably be Earth. Because you can get DR, you can get Tremor Sense, you can get Roiling Earth and all those moves, Grappling Earth. You can't get Cloud. But Cloud is kind of expensive for what it gives you. You also get Metal Infusion, which you can use to do Cold Iron and bypass DR. So I think that would be a better way to go about it. You know what? Let me just stop the Shrine of Sacrilege while I'm here. It's not too far. And also, let me just get my armies into position. Alright, that's a good spot. I think this is one of the points where you can pick up a tablet set. That was a bag. Give me that. Good.
Follow if you dare. This.
Oh, some items. Alright, what do we have? Let's take all this, and then there's a magic shield, which is light shield +1, and a regular cold iron masterwork sword.
I will defend my dream.
Okay, let me just... Boop. I suppose that was a little unnecessary, but I wanted to do it.
I do what I must.
It was actually highly unnecessary, but I still wanted to do it. Ooh, a Demon's Eye. That's a potion ingredient. Not that I make potions anymore. The reason why I don't make potions, despite them being absurdly useful, is mostly because you do run out of reagents eventually. So you can't just spam crafting potions of invisibility or scrolls of haste or whatever, because you will just eventually run out of, like, a specific item, and they're hard to buy, actually. Kyoto sells them, as it turns out.
Time to work.
Someone cast that fireball, or... Oh, good thing I still have fire resistance on.
I'm glad I was useful to you.
Does Ursula have any of her resistances? I just realized, like, she should be immune to electricity as a demon.
Killing is what I was made for.
got a dead body. Let's get this trap taken care of.
I finished here. Is there more?
We won't fall here.
Hello. Ah, the blitz cut's here.
We do it my way.
Let's see. Short surplus 2. Yep, there's some tablets.
Follow if you
I
did.
don't remember which one these go to, but it's probably not that important. In fact, I know for a fact it isn't important. Huh. I can go out this way. Okay, back to Dresden, I suppose, now? Got nothing else to do here. I'm very interested, though, to see what the end of this is going to be, because Aeon, if I'm guessing right, this will not exist. Oh, yeah, it's Aberdeen. Amel, you're too kind. No king is there, Rule. Can you prove your claim to the throne? Clears Falls, what's there? What are you entitled to? I see. Throw him out! Taking care of the dragon. Alright, what else we got here? I think I need to wait for a couple days for this thing to be finished up. Oh, I need to pass judgment. Can't forget about that. In our midst. 10 Inquisitors are recruited. Leadership. Senior Comrades decree. Seems fine. Okay, I've got a lot of things to go through now. Yeah, those guys kind of suck. They're not worth the amount of time and effort. Okay. Currently Sword of Valor has 3 more days on it. Let's see, I want... Why is it zoomed in? So, camp on the ferry. Enter. Let's build some shit here. I want to build an inn. A supply center. And I actually should probably build a... What else can I build there? I need different buildings. Hospital. Let's put a hospital there. Unfortunately, a lot of the buildings are locked behind being a higher tier location. Like whatever the supply center the third one is that lets you get bonus stuff from having a supply center and an inn next to it. Whatever that one is. That one is did I build this in the wrong spot? I think I built them in the wrong spot. Oh, whatever, it's fine. I need to build an inn here as well. More finance points. More money. There we go. I've got enough stuff for like 2 more supply centers, I think. Gargoyle Canyon's all set up. Yep, okay. Dresden's fine. Treason Home. Camp on the Ferry. Gloomy Gorge. Okay, I think... Okay, that's fine. I got enough for like 1 more supply center or inn, I think. Sorcerer's Fortress and Stone Maze. Oh, I got a lot. Let's do Sorcerer's Fortress then. I'll pop a supply center in here, I think. And hop it all up top, and then the inn will get built at another time. Excellent. I guess I'll go take a nap real quick. Now that's taken care of. I am interested in seeing what the kingdom management looks like in Kingmaker now. Like, given... It's probably not going to be... Okay, that's not true. It might be more advanced than this one, but this one's a lot easier to manage because a lot of it's completely optional. The Kingmaker one is necessary. So I'm curious to see how that'll look.
Tell me, Woljif, what's the word on the street in Canabras about why Charisme Valensis was named head of the Thieflings?
Word is that she got the job because Brother One Horn had himself a little accident. Hang on a second.
I'm off.
Good. Let's go talk to a criminal about some crimes. Oh yeah, I can also talk to the storyteller about things now. Can't forget about that. Oh yeah, let me talk to Finian real quick. Hey, Finian. You know the bladesmith? He tortured me. To the street. Okay, over here. That's where the criminal is. Stop right there, criminal scum. You're coming with me, dead or alive. I suppose the sooner I hit the Midnight Fane, the better, right? Well, rather, the sooner I hit the Sanctum, the better, because then I can hit the Midnight Fane earlier, since I gotta wait for the Queen to show up. I have evidence. Rarely takes a step back, but quickly regains his composure. What kind? Did you find a hole in the ground with a few loose odds and ends inside? Well, it's not mine. Never seen it before. Tell him, Commander. Read the whole list. Nail it to a wall. Among the bloodstained items, I found the shield of a paladin of Nope. These two are obviously wrong. I found a chainmail from Catapesh, the shield of a paladin of Iomade, and a dwarven helmet. Everything you wanted to sell me. Ramley grows pale. Oh, that. You got thrown in the stick. My friend asked me to keep it for him. Avarice looks at him, her eyes blazing. You're dead, Ramley. I swear by all the gods, you'll pay for robbing my sister. You shall stand trial before the army of Dresden. Okay, let's see here. I've got the rules of Dresden right there. Private Ramley is accused of plundering on the battlefield and reselling stolen items to other soldiers. The commander personally found a cache containing armor and other items obviously taken from the deceased. Defendant, what do you have to say for yourself? You call this a fair trial? Or the dead need armor and trinkets? Is our crusade rolling in money? Do weapons and amulet grow on trees? We need to keep everything in that the living can use. The dead need robbing. Avarice clenches her fists. Are you sure all of them were dead? Did you kill the living? I need to know, Ramley. Look me in the eye and tell me if Siln was alive or not. Look at me, looter! Answer, defendant. Avarice looks at Ramley and nods. I already know the answer. I feel it. No, nothing. I swear on my mother's life. I lost someone I love, and here you are with your suspicions. Can I bluff? I can bluff. Answer, Ramley, but I'll know if you lie. It's my special power. She was hardly breathing, honestly. This time, Ramley does not look away from Avarice. She was coughing up blood. I guess her lung was punctured. Siln was in pain. Who would I be if I didn't ease her suffering? Yeah, I took the amulet and other small things, but it was a payment for my help. Death. This man deserves nothing else. Death. Only death. Melise rubs his chin, his eyes darting back and forth between Ramley and Avarice. The looter is more intelligent than he may seem, and he certainly has an eye for quality. I inquired about the list of items found in his cache. They were all rare, valuable items, not just some assorted collection of rubbish for resale. I think he could prove useful to you. Send him to the wound with the warden and a small detachment to search for lost treasures. I'm sure Ramley will know where to go on instinct, and if he doesn't, he'll die in the wound. Everyone benefits. Well, except for Avarice, I suppose. But if she's seeking justice from you, she must be willing to accept the consequences of her choice, right? Okay, so let's see here. Any looter proven to have committed an act of pillaging shall be sentenced to imprisonment. However, that's Article 6. However, Article 6.1, any looter proven to have killed soldiers of Dresden before robbing them shall be sentenced to death. That is Article 6.1 of the Code of Dresden. Ramley glows pale. No, I was not the only one doing it. Look around, everyone does it. Why am I the only one being put on trial? You're glowing with criminal aura. Others will get their turn. I believe in your justice, Commander. Thank you. Now my sister is avenged. Ooh. Mirror time.
I'm gone.
It's time for the mirror. Ah, yes. The best part. You embarked upon the path of the Aeon. Find out how the Aeon in the mirror reacts to your first judgments. The Aeon in the mirror nods to you ever so slightly, encouraging you to begin. You know that it knows everything. It does not need the mirror to perceive you. Sometimes it seems to know what you're going to say before you do. Order has been restored. Those who caused the disruption have been convicted, but is everything as it should be. There may only be one moment out of millions of years in which everything happens as it ought. Yet even this one moment is a victory for the Aeon. Injustices multiply, the order of things is violated, and for now, your abilities are only enough to heal small wounds. The Aeon in the mirror evaluates your decision, your actions, but does not condemn them, for it knows that much still lies ahead. But are you going in the right direction? The judgments were lawful, and the voice that gave the verdict did not tremble. The mind that made the decisions was clear, and the heart that perceived injustice did not falter. You know this to be true. The Aeon tells the truth, because it cannot speak anything but the truth. Its gaze penetrates through space and time, and can see the glowing aura of souls that have disturbed the order. However, you sense that you can see more, further somehow, more fully. This is not the limit of your abilities. Continue to denounce injustice.
We do it my way.
Alright, well, first, I think some injustice needs to be taken care of over in the Midnight Fane. Or not the Midnight Fane, the, the Ivory Sanctum. That's the one. Oh god, I forgot I had to go sell junk. I have a bunch of trash to sell. Completely forgot. let's get over here.
Follow.
Let's get over here. Well, sir, I've got some trash for you. Please take this junk off my hands. I don't need any of it. Magical hand X +1. There's the Blitz Cut. Certainty of Death. Good. That takes care of that. I'll just dump the rest of those items in my chest. All right. Was there something else I had to deal with in here? Oh yeah, I gotta deal with Votil, don't I?
I'm off.
Away we go. And I'm also gonna talk to the storyteller for a brief moment.
I do what I must.
Just to get his dialogue dealt with. Hello, storyteller. I saw you T-posing there for a second. Why'd you go to the tower? How come I'm trying to need you? Find anything value? No, everything's clear. Found a page. Found a page. Found a page. Are you inside the Ivory Labyrinth? Well, that's wild. Found another page. And more pages. Okay. Give me Turn to Live's story all the way to the end. Restore the relic. I had a vision. Of summoning.
I'm gone.
Alright, that takes care of that. What did I get out of him? I got the Ring of Summoning. That's when you summon stuff. Or it gives you the ability to summon things. And we have the Covenant of the Inheritor. Oh, that boosts my ability to get through spells. I'll take this off, since I can probably give that to Urushalay. And Covenant of the Inheritor, give me that. Okay, let's see. Urushalay, take that key thing I just had. Lockpicker's Kit. And Sela, take Eridan's Wrath, as you do.
We do it my way.
There we go. Big bonus to my spell pen is extremely helpful. Like, it is very much appreciated. Okay, I want to get over to Ivory Sanctum. Oh yeah, the Molten Scar's over there, isn't it? Oh, who's this? Is it? It's probably Kaini. Knowing where we currently am, I'm pretty sure this is Kaini.
Follow if you dare.
Yep, that sure is Kaini. Hi, Ghost.
I'm off.
Ooh, some big old bones. Which shockingly didn't give me bones. It gave me gold and a little scale. I wonder if, like, all these outdoor areas are just the same outdoor area. Trees and home. Oh, I need to probably go down from Green Gates. That's fine. I'll get to Molten Scar eventually. See, is there... That's a choke point right there. I should probably have someone over here in Lands of Yath watch, because that's a choke point that enemies like coming through. And you know what? Actually, I'm going to have you go here. Because that's also another point that enemies like coming through. Enemies like coming up this way and from this direction. So I'll be able to stop enemies coming from down below by going there, and enemies from that direction. Good. Quick nap now. Good stuff. Okay. Good, that's done. Excellent. So that'll be dealt with when I get back to Dresden. Good stuff.
I do what I must.
It's over here, I think, right? Yeah, there it is. Big old pile of skulls. All right, now before we head in there,
I am never
let's
wrong.
take a minute. What to do? Oh, so, Celestial, you've got these prepared. Give me resist, fire, communal, cold, acid, and keep one just in case. That's okay. That was odd. Protection from evil communal. Fire belly. Remove fear. Protection from energy. Greater magic weapon on yourself. What are you even using? Are you using Soul Shear? Or are you just using your regular... Oh, God, you're just using a regular glaive. Okay. Oh, you know what? That's fine. Let's do that for now.
Inimosi Travisi. Inimosi Travisi.
There, your glaive is now effectively a plus, like, 4 weapon or something. What is it right now? It's a plus 3. Yeah, that's decent. True Seeing Communal, that's good. Let's do True Seeing Communal. Cat's Grace Mass. Nobody's going to turn down that, I think. And then Eagle Splendor yourself.
Inimosi travisi.
Full Strength yourself.
Inimosi travisi.
I shall not be swayed from my path.
Inimosi travisi. Inimosi travisi. Inimosi travisi. Inimosi travisi. Inimosi travisi. Inimosi travisi. Magritium durinos.
I can get rid of the Long Strider now, because that's... She has another Long Strider, so I can just get a Long Strider on the level 1 spell and put in... Oh, does she even use melee weapons? I don't think she does. Got Aspect of the Falcon, Hurricane Bow. Let's go with Acid Maw, Magic Fang.
The struggles never cease.
No reason to pause. Inimosi travisi. Inimosi travisi. Inimosi travisi. Inimosi travisi. Ona adayanon. Inimosi travisi.
Okay.
My will
Have
is
I
resolute.
got any more spells I should probably cast with Social?
Inimosi travisi. Ona adayana.
How long does this last for? Round per level.
Ona adayana.
Yeah, looks good. Everyone else is cast up except
My
for me.
skills are absolute.
God, I've got a lot of spells to go through. Ha ha ha.
Tio, Woash, An, Esmo, Axi, Yas, Pa, E, Riti.
Okay, Fox's Cunning.
Pa, E, Riti, Ea, Urama, Ha, E, Riti.
Oh god, I forgot I can get... There's an Arcanist exploit that lets me get a different spell. God, I forgot about that one. I've got to grab that. I have to grab that spell when it becomes available. Or that ability, I should say. It's not a spell. That's pretty much it. Alright, let's rock and or roll.
I will help where I can.
Get on Mr. Fred. And let's go.
I'm gone.
Do not fear.
What's up?
Do not hamper.
Oh, that's right. They're immune to electricity now, so that's not going to be useful in the least.
We do it my
Where's
way.
that thing connected up to? Oh, it's there. Okay.
I finished here. Is there more?
We are the light. They are the darkness.
Do good stuff. Okay, someone sit there. Someone
always
sit
ready.
here. It's Jerabeth, and how she's going to take being told no earlier. You've arrived, Commander. You did me a grave insult in our last meeting, but I still want to speak with you. You discovered my castle in the clouds, although it is far cry from what it once was. Yeah, okay. What are you proposing? You betray your own kind? Why? Xanthe used to live in Dresden? Where can I find him? You seem to have a low opinion of Discari's servants. What future want to share with me? Fine.
Follow if you dare.
Okay, we got Knowledge World here, and Knowledge World here.
A trivial task.
And there's Knowledge World here.
Ha! A trivial task.
Good stuff. Alright, onwards.
Something is not right here.
Citizen Boulder! I like how in the patch notes there was actually a patch note saying that Citizen Boulder was renamed. What was the exact wording used? It was something like, the Boulder has now become the last citizen of Sarkoris. Something like that. I'm just saying, I'm all up for it if Citizen Boulder is coming back. I'm down.
Do not fear. Do not waver.
Kill is for you!
Ah, Midnight Bolt. Perfect. I'll take that.
I'm glad I was useful to you.
Ah, some more notes about Finian.
I do what I must. Test of my
All right, the library, this place.
Remember my name, Wendwag.
I'm gone.
Doo-doo. I forgot I was going to try out the Ivory Sanctum. Oh, you know what? I'll wait for the bridge. The bridge is a good place to try things out. Because that'll be like, everything's compressed up there, so there's going to be a lot of stuff in range of me. Which is a good time to like check if things work. As opposed to running around doing all these combats.
I finished here. Is there more?
I found something.
Coded note. Triangle. Okay, so 3, 5, 4, circle. Okay, so... Shit. That was dumb. I just counted wrong.
I sense something.
That actually did a lot of damage, too. It's like, that was...
What's that there?
Okay, get over there. That was more damage than the enemies did to me.
I finished here.
I'm not entirely sure what
Is
kind of
there
damage
more?
that was, too. You can obviously be damned. There's another one around here someplace, if I remember.
That was easy. There's something here.
There we go.
Please, forgive me.
Are you fucking serious, Arushale? Needed a 2! You needed a 2! 95% just means 5%. I can't. What the fuck, man? Seriously.
I sense
Is this really the last place I saved? Ah. It's not like it was a long time, but like, god damn it. 95% chance rolls a 1. That's how my games go every time. Okay, there's nothing here. I don't think, right? Nothing here. Yeah, nothing here. Okay, back to this room.
Ah, test of my abilities.
Grab the Midnight Bolt again. Open this door.
Follow if you dare.
Let's make this quick.
Did I go up this way? No. I didn't go up this way last time. Yeah, I did not go this way last time. Time to loot some chests. Including creme soup with snout. Okay, that one's 100%.
I finished here. Is there more?
I'm gone. Their life ends.
Oh, this place.
We do it my way.
So you got Fairy Tales of Avston. On the Nature of the Divine.
I'm glad I was useful to you.
A Star Knife. What's the deal with this one? Ah, crits. But it's 19, it's a 20 to crit with that thing. So that's not going to happen easily. Unless you're using Desna's Shooting Star, which is a pretty neat little combat style, which does not exist in this game. Oh, it's these guys.
It's either us or them.
Did Gripper really take a negative level? God damn it. Okay, the trap's over there. So, Ursula, please take care of this. Thanks, Ursula. Big help. Isn't this about where Xanther is? Yeah, there he is. All right, folks, get to it. Good, problem solved. Shipped key from the Ivory Sanctum. Bloodstain coated note. Heaven inspired wisdom +4. That's gonna go on Social, I think. He's got the phylactery of positive channeling. Decisions. Okay, so
I'll take care of it. I'm off.
we got a thing here. What is this? On the nature of demons.
There's something here.
No reason to pause.
Is there another one oh yeah, I didn't push this one. Good, that opens that up. Wasn't there another door back here? Yes. Yes, there was. We're gonna save because I feel like this is I feel a 2 coming on.
I finished here. Is there more?
It was a 12. I was 10 points off. Confusion, fear effects. Yeah, okay, whatever.
I do what I must.
If I remember correctly, this is, I believe, where the statues are.
This will be quick.
Yep. Okay, you know what? Just... I'm not gonna bother. I think they got it. Yeah, they had it. True Sight Communal is very strong, as it turns out. There we go. Got some eggs. Examine the eggs. Leave the eggs for now.
We do it my way.
Really?
I finished here.
Thank
Is
God.
there more?
Hey, it's Paper Eater. Good old Paper Eater. Hey, Paper Muncher, how you doing? I love that guy. I don't remember... Oh, right, he has a follow-up later. I don't remember exactly what the follow-up was, but I do remember it was pretty good. Barding of Elder Beasts. Fairy Tales of Avestan. Got something here, a bunch of scrolls, always handy. Another book. Baphomet the Imprisoned. Ooh. Spear +1. Nothing.
Follow if you dare.
That was the only thing of note in this room. Okay, he's off the trap now. I can fight him. Thank you, Ruchelet. I should really give her a better trickery check somehow.
Something.
Okay,
I sense something.
God, there's a lot of traps.
I'm prepared. I finished here. Is there more? I finished here.
It's a little unnecessary how many traps there are here.
I'm glad I was useful to you. I finished here. Is there more? I'm
I
trusting
think that's
you.
everything. There we go. It changes one of those symbols, and now we have to fight the ghost. There he is. There we go.
I do what I must.
All right, so next one is a little bit further down this direction.
There's something here. I'm gone.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
We do it my way.
Whatever works. Thanks. Nice job, Ruchelet. I really wish they would walk around the traps. What do you...
Please, allow me.
It's here. Okay, fine. Just do this then. Is that a little spider? Cryptic note. Okay, that's the one for the thing here.
Follow.
The odds are against us. I like that.
Get over here.
We are the light. They are the darkness.
I'm off.
Here, should I please?
I finished here.
Thank you.
Is there more?
I do what I must.
Yeah, there will be more in a second.
Healing is what I was made for. I'm glad I was useful to you.
I'm gone.
Okay, now the final ghost should be right here. There he is.
Let's make this quick.
And now we get to go over here and deal with this treasure.
I finished here. Is there more?
Okay, now which... I don't remember which one of these is Mimic. There we go. Got that. 100% lockpick chance, always good.
I finished here. Is there more?
Follow if you dare.
Okay, take this. Light Shield of Cursed Allegiance. Whenever an ally adjacent to the shield's wielder is attacked, the enemy must make a will saving throw against the curse or suffer minus penalty against the... That's really good.
It's time to act.
I am yours to command.
Okay, let's get
My
over
will
here.
is resolute.
Now, which one of these is it? It's the long one that I have. Okay, 0563. I believe is it.
Search for the beauty with your heart, not your eyes.
There we go. Only functions if you've killed all 3 of the other things and you had to have people standing on those pads. Otherwise, it doesn't open. White Wind's Cloak, which is useful for a duelist. I think that's why I wanted to make the Barbarian Duelist. Only by non-evil aligned creature. If it's no levels of duelist, they get that. If it is a duelist, they get a bonus on attack rolls while parrying, and Precise Strike deals 1.5 times duelist level. And cast Sacred Nimbus. Alright. Take that. Time to fight the ghost.
They will break against our resolve.
Your struggles end here.
Good times. Alright, where to next? That's out. I want to go... What's over here? Have I been here? No, I skipped that side. For whatever reason. I also haven't been in here, but I know it's there. Did I go? Was there anything here? No, that's where the dragon eggs are. That's that little treasure room. That's this room.
What's that there?
Hello.
A bright future awaits us.
Alright, grab this. Ooh, no, don't grab that. Wait for a Rochelet. A Rochelet needs to be there to pick that. Why am I going so slow? Don't I have... I've got Expeditious Retreat on.
Prove my worth.
Alright, that takes care of that.
I do what I must.
What was that? What did I just see? Oh, it's probably that there. Okay, it's nothing.
We won't fall
There you go, problem solved. I'll take this, and these, and those, and that. Good stuff. Got religion checks.
I'm rather proud of this one.
Got some loot.
I'm glad I was useful to you.
I'm all done here.
And this just takes me into that room where Xanther was. Look at that. Loops around. Okay, now over here, we use that note that I had. And also there's the secret thing right there. Oh, no, wait a second. I'm going to save before I do that, because I don't trust a Rochelet to not roll a one on this one again.
Please, forgive me.
4. I would forgive you. I would not forgive you, except for the fact that conveniently I can turn back time. That's the only reason you get off on this one, Rochelet. Do I not have ranks in Trickster for her? Or Trickery? Like, does she not have ranks in that? No, she's got plus 24 in trickery. She's got max rank. She's just not doing it.
I'm glad I was useful to you.
Quarterstaff of the War Mage. Plus 2 DC for all saving throws against spells from the wielder cast. Also grants the wielder plus 4 bonus to cast level checks made up on spell resistance. Oh, yes. Okay. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. I will gladly take this quarterstaff. Thank you very much. All right. I need that note. Which one is it? It's not that one. I can get rid of this one. First two can be seen 6 triangle. Six triangle 40. So 6340. Damn it.
Still fight.
Which one was this? Um, 6, 3, 4. So 3, 4, 5, 0. Six, 3.
Is worth the pain.
Awaits us. I will help where I can.
Help me!
Fight.
Why am I so weak?
I must withdraw.
For some reason, I got this one first time last time. I don't remember what it is now. Six, 3.
Is worth the pain. I can still fight.
Why am I so weak? Please, help me!
Rely on me.
Sheila, can you move out of the way?
Where I can.
My skills are absolute.
I'm all
must
right.
withdraw.
I'm all right.
Okay, so is that order? But that's... Oh god, I was right. Okay, duh. Of course. It was... Right, it was
Together
6,
we
3...
stand.
What? I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, where's the library again? Library is it over here? No. No, where was it? It's over there. It's over there. That's where the library is. It goes all the way around to here, right. I can also dump those notes now. I think if you don't have them running information, they go faster. That's what seems like, at least.
We are the light. They are the darkness.
God, they're just gonna keep spamming magic missile. Oh, the notes. Alright, we got these things over here. Some loot. Some loot. Stuff there. Got some spells from the Shadow Demon votaries. And that seems like everything. Excellent. Onwards.
I finished here. Is there more?
I found something.
Got a note. Triangle 3540. Was that a bit of a waste of time? Yes, it was. Especially since I'm going to come back through this way anyway. But whatever. Fuck it. I'm here now.
Please, allow me. I'm glad I was useful to you. I sense something.
Don't fuck it up this time.
I finished here. Is there more?
There we go. Balanced Defender. That's the one I put on my skeleton.
That was easy.
Grab this.
I finished here. Is there more?
Follow if you dare.
Alright, I believe that's everything here now. Are those still active? Oh, that's why. What, really?
I'm off.
That's 3450 is a second code to do that. Three 3540. No, that's not the one I meant. I want. Wait. 3. Huh. Weird. So 2 different codes work for that door for some reason. I wonder if it's a... I wonder if that's a bug or that's intended. I was just wondering because I was looking and they're like, that seems like that's weird. Why is that thing still active? And I looked and oh hey, can I enter a different code maybe? Maybe when knowledge is passed by, that's what that means. And no, it was just weird. It's just weird. There's a chest here.
Where I can.
Some demons to loot. Nothing really here though. Okay, well, just wait before we go outside. Let's just see how it goes. All right, outside. I think I can leave like 90% of this junk. I'll take those scrolls though. Oh, I also should also check that I can learn all my spells. Because I got some spells I can still learn. Hey, let's do that. Alright, we've got Mass Pulse Endurance. What is that? Break Enchantment? Circle of Death. It's one of the hold spells. Dragon Form. Fireball. Hellfire Ray. I actually don't know what that is. Plague Storm. What is that? Summon a huge elemental. Tsunami. I suppose there's no harm in writing 9th level spells in my book early. Just means I'll have plenty to work with once I get to that point. Alright, we're almost at... Oh, hey. Now, speaking of rocks, I got a Verimarak to find.
It was useful to you.
Oh, yeah! I didn't deal with you yet, did I? Because I didn't go to the Molten Scar. Alright, well, that's fine. Doesn't matter. I won't have to deal with Verimarak later, I suppose. Do I need to have Verimarak around? For the Ivory Labyrinth? Maybe? I don't know. Yeah, might as well keep
I'm gone.
Verimarak out of trouble for a minute.
Do not waver. Kill is for you.
Alright, it's bridge time. Let me just make a save right here. It's bridge time. Alright, so we are going to change the difficulty up now. I'm going to make difficulty, let's set it to normal. Just to have a nice starting test bit here. And we are going to precast... Well, first I'm going to set the turn-based mode. I'm going to precast haste. And also I'm going to have you swap over to your other weapon. Oh my god! So many demons! You feel almost physical pain from the presence of this demon army. All of them, every last one, is an abomination, a violation, a deplorable mistake of creation that must be eliminated at any cost. I see that Xanther's crimes are legion. He is guilty and will be punished accordingly. But you are a mistake, and it falls to me to rectify you. Your power flows toward the enemy army like a wave. A couple of lesser fiends near you start to howl. Crystals covering their hide break off and their burning gazes go out like snuffed candles. But at the same time, you sense a resistance, a restriction on your abilities, their inadequacy for their task of taking on the entire mob. Your strength peters out and exhaustion overwhelms you. Here they come! Alright, get ready for battle. Wow, that actually got rid of quite a few of those enemies, it looks like.
Simply business.
Nice.
The light.
Amazing.
You. I'm done with you.
Alrighty. Let's see here. This is a standard action. Do action. Force reality. No. Inspire rage. Arcane reservoir. Enforcing gaze. Caster level. Turn that on. Spell. Phantasmal web.
No. Hey, Orama.
Whoa, I got a 20 on that one. Let's see, who's... I can't tell. Let's take that guy out.
I will resist.
Begone, fiend! It's your time to cease to exist.
Alright, what should I do next?
Into the fray!
Alrighty. So next up, how about a Phantasmal Putrefaction? Actually, is that necessary? I don't think so. Let's see. Shadow Evocation. What can I use here? How about... Stream of Fire. Controlled Fireball. Force Punch. Volcanic Storm. Now, do I have the ability to apply Persistent, Empowered, Reach, Extend, Selective? What? It's selective! That was a selective spell!
I'll rip you apart!
Prepare yourself.
I'll delay my action for a second here, just because the rock is about to get up.
Mercy for the wicked!
Fall! You're in my way.
There we are.
The Inheritor, guide my blade!
Alright, now how about... Phantasmal Putrefaction, then. Failed to overcome spell resistance, because I rolled a 3. Sick. Oh, that was easy. So that... The Enforcing Gaze is handy. Although the Shadow... Like, why didn't that work? Why didn't that work? I'm a little peeved. Yeah, boy, was it. A lot of that really was thanks to Phantasmal Web. None of them could move. Actually, you know what? Let's try that again. Let's try that on Core this time, just to see how it looks. Because Core, I think, has a higher enemy count as well.
We should move.
Alright, so we're going to cast... Might as well do this one, too. So let's do this. Oh, and turn turn-based mode on. Everyone get onto the bridge.
This will be quick.
And just to double check that we are, in fact, on core difficulty. Nope, not that one. Nope. I wanted that one. I'm actually going to have to reload now because that was... I did it too early. I forgot to change it to core before I did my buffs and such, so... Let's do that now. Difficulty, core. There we go.
Weapons,
How long does this last for? 10
poison.
minutes? More than
The
enough.
art of killing is so diverse these days. A shame one life is not enough to master them all.
I'm greedy.
There we go.
Let's make this quick.
Alrighty. Ow.
I've failed you, friends.
Immediately, huh? Alright, let's smite this one.
The Inheritor, guide my blade.
They'll beg me to stop.
Nice misses. Fantastic.
I will resist.
Look at all those amazing misses.
Simply business. It's your time to cease to exist.
Okay, so first off, we are going to Enforcing Gaze. Caster level. Then I'm going to cast Phantasmal Web. Some stuff, say, like the Gibberleth and the Vrock, which rolled 17. Oh, great. They're dead. Wonderful.
The light, take you.
Prepare yourself.
Be easier if anyone fucking hit anything.
You're in my way.
At least Seela's got high AC. Okay, let's see. Now for your turn. Phantasmal Putrefaction. And that should start taking him down shortly.
The plan went awry. Damn.
There.
Without risk.
Desna, guide my hand.
Yeah, Mr. Fred's not doing too hot.
Mere flesh wound.
Why did I just heal? Why did I just heal up to full? What was that about? Okay, Shadow Evocation. Let's do Control Fireball. And Arcane Reservoir. Let's boost. Do I want Empower? Extend. I can't maximize, so Empower it is. Didn't even hit the bow. Nice. That's what I like to see.
The Inheritor, guide my blade.
That was 2 ones at least. That was at least 2 natural ones. Oh, I forgot to change over to this thing. Whoops.
Don't hold back!
Into the fray!
Nice. Nice job, Sela. Fantastic.
I will resist.
Oh, come on!
Strike!
Killed the horse for no reason.
Glory without risk!
Prepare yourself.
You should have run!
The Inheritor, guide my
There we go.
blade.
That's something to work with.
Desna, guide my hand.
This will hurt!
Into the fray!
Do.
Your peace.
Don't hold back!
Then we have this rock over here that's just having a good time.
Light, take you!
I will resist.
Strike!
Honestly, at this point, I think I might as well just go back to this
You
mode.
should have run!
And he's back down. What concealment?
I'm done with you!
Okay, let's see here. What can I use? Oh, Phantasmal Killer. Problem solved. Yay! That would have been better if I hadn't had to deal with, the fucking low initiative roll I got there. But hey, it worked. That boost to caster level is actually pretty nice. It's not like that necessary, but it is appreciated.
It's time to act!
Alright, blah, 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 what else can I do? Grab those. Can the horse wear this? Sure can. Got these knee pads. Ultimate Predator. Knee pads grant their wearer +2 insight. Yeah, this one seems like a better one.
A bright future awaits
All right,
us.
let's go.
I'm gone.
The problem with this is I'm really not going to hit my major power spike until I hit probably 7th level spells, because I think that's when I get Greater Evocation. And like that's when things are really going to kick off.
I'll take care of it.
All right, let's go. Sound of the Plagued One! You're the one who has to stop imbuing demons with powers never before seen in Galarian. I have come to stop you. I'm currently playing an Arcanist. Specifically, I'm playing, I think it was Phantom Mage. It's the Arcanist that's gnome specific, which is all about casting shadow spells and illusion spells.
Let's make this quick.
Phantasmal Mage, yeah. Phase 2. Oh yeah, I'm in melee right now, aren't I? It is, but I don't get to see it as much in this.
There's something here.
There we go. And we're done. More of nature. Grab that stuff. Pick a lock.
I'm glad I was useful to you.
Touch of Mercy. Headband of Vast Intelligence plus 6. Very handy. An old grimoire. Grants its owner 3 slots for first level spells, 2 slots for second level spells, and 2 slots for third level spells. I will take that. Very happily. Xanthervang's notes. Diary of a Student of Xanther the Plagued One. Yeah, anyway, the main reason I'm doing this is because, one, I thought it'd be funny if I had a Aeon which was enforcing reality on other people and then enforcing my own reality on them with illusion spells. Like, if I was playing this game in a... If I was playing this in an actual D&D game, or a Pathfinder game, that's totally what I would be playing. But the other reason I picked it is because I haven't done any of the illusion stuff besides, like, Nenyo, and I want to see what happens if I go really hard into it, which is something you can do better with this particular gnome archetype. Okay, so let's see here.
Weapons, spells, poisons. The art of killing is so
I can take the
diverse
Triceratops
these days.
statue off. I don't need
A
bismuth.
shame one life is not enough to master them
Let
all.
me put the old grimoire there. Book of Dreams. Spellbook. I really should get heightened spell. Like, next chance I get. Hello, Jarabeth. All right. With that, we're done here. And we can leave the Midnight Fane behind for good. Did I loot Xanthervang's body? I don't actually remember if I looted his body or not. I got stuff from a chest. Don't think there's a body of loot, come to think of it.
I'm off.
Yeah, there isn't. Okay. Let's get the folk out of here. Anyway, yeah. It's working all right as far as classes go. One thing I do wish is, I mean, if I was playing it on a higher difficulty, I'd have a bit more time to actually use the spells, but since I'm not, I only use them in some situations where it calls for them, and because stuff like Phantasmal Killer are targeted spells at single targets, it's a little... It could use a little bit more to it, you know? Someone on the road. Who is it? It's probably another quiz man. Anyway, the enforcing gaze thing does seem handy still, but... Oh, it's foreign. Foreign, I see the criminal aura of your soul. I don't trust you. It's Kaylessa. 5-4 want to kill me. Why'd you decide to intervene? Hey, look, it's a bunch of drow.
We won't fall here. I swear it.
Jesus Christ! That was unnecessary! What the fuck was that? Ah, yeah, look at all this loot.
I do what I must.
All that delicious loot. Oh, yeah, I got Drum Magus. There's Forn. Magus. Okay, I can get out of here now. That one's really mean to spring on you because you leave immediately, or like you leave the dungeon area, which is normally going to end the game, and then immediately run into like a bunch of enemies that are just trying to kill you, and it's a big group of enemies too. That's a really mean one to spring on people. Yeah, let's hit up Crimson Dust real quick. Take a quick nap. I gotta hit up the Temple of the Good Hunt next to clear it out of Kyoto's friends. I really don't know what... I don't remember what's in Crimson Dust that makes it worth coming here, but it's probably nothing. Just XP. Because it's got, like, the... It's got that one demon type that transforms into people, but I don't think that... I think that's about it.
I'm gone.
The big meat man. God, what is it called? It's something with an M, I think. I'll remember it in a second.
We do it my way.
Item. Skin leather cloak. That's the one I like. That's a reason to come here. I don't even need to fight the monster.
To battle, my friends.
Okay, it's a sinful sinew. That's not helpful. It's not called a sinful sinew. They got a name. Hey, look! I dinged. Perfect. Got some loot all around. Just pick that up off the ground. Get crossbows and some swords. I'll just sell these all to Wilser. Piles of vendor
Follow
trash.
if you dare.
I feel like I might as well just... Probably be better off, honestly. Of course, yeah, that was it. Thank you. Earbit's got an audience. Court martial. Wendwog. Secret dispatch. So, some of those. Oh, I can still move on the map. That's handy. It's actually kind of weird. I didn't know I could do that. I've never seen this before. Have you? This feels like a bug, but I don't know if it is or not. All I did was I pressed space. Let's see. 40 material points. Ward golems. That was weird. Alright, I'm gonna take a nap here because I'm not gonna be able to leave this zone if I don't.
Demons are far harsher and more ruthless. And if the Crusade...
Into the temple. The temple of the good hunt. What's up, Kyato? What's going on here? Welcome to the party, Kyato.
This will be quick.
Remember my name. When do I...
We are the light. They are the darkness.
There we go. Into La Temple. It is better to kill enemies without any excess of motion, methodically, but I cannot deny that when I dispatch this smirking cultist from this world, I will do so with sincere pleasure. What are you doing here? So we're at the Temple of the Horned God. Why didn't Temple Cleric tell anyone about you? Cursed him. He's the heart of a traitor. You'll not escape me this time. Alright, in we go. Bye, Kyato. You were useful for a minute. And there goes all the items I could buy from him. Which is very unfortunate because he had a lot of good stuff.
I'll bathe in your blood.
She's already dead. Instantly killed. Let's take all that, actually. Take this too. And the poor guy who's dead. This. Move it to Dresden. There we go.
Do what I must.
There she goes. She's just hanging out. She died so quickly her AI didn't even shut down and put her on the ground. I wonder what's up with that, honestly. Alright, well, that takes care of that business. Onwards. Alright, now on to... where to, I guess? Where'd that be next? I'll take it all. Why not? Alright, overloaded, as I thought. So let's head to Dresden in that case. And I'm going to get fast traveled right to the council room, which means I'm going to read a lot of stuff. A lot of dialogue's about to get read. Oh, hey, right, the hand. It's me! I'm here. Greetings, Warrior of Heaven, and thank you for your help in the Ivory Sanctum. What brings you here? There must be a way to break through. Alright, so I can't break through until I go to Ryu's lab anyway. Can you heal me? I heard you. How does Harold usually do? What's Iomade like? She's sick! How are angels born? Oh yeah, it's Ember doing the thing. You should teach them about obeying the authorities and the law, not vague notions of kindness. But laws are written to make people behave well, even when they don't feel like it, aren't they? Everyone was kind, no laws would be needed. Everyone would live in peace, and no one would hurt anybody else. Some places law will have slaves. That's right. You see, laws can be evil, but kindness is always kind. It turns out that it's the most important law of all. Alright, I need to get over here and dump some stuff off, because I have a very full inventory. Hello, Elsa. Show me what you got. Okay, get rid of those, get rid of this. That's probably a... yep. And axe. Holy Flaming Orc Double Axe. I don't know why there's like more Orc Double Axes than one would expect in here, and it's very strange. Like, I don't know why. Someone's gonna enjoy it. I have no doubt about that, but I have no idea who. Okay, and we got this on the Nature of Demons, Monster Hunter's Diary. Diary of Syrian Plagued One, Diary found in Crypt, some feats. Batman imprisoned. Nope, no, I didn't want to sell that one. I need that one. I need that one still. Give me that book. It's my book. I need that one. What is overloading me still? Okay, let's take a quick... gotta take another quick trip out south. Just got to hit up the Molten Scar real quick. Ba, 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 da, da. I never did send those scouts out, did I? Did I? Outpost expansion, senior comrades. Yeah, let's get 3 Warden Golems out. That's distributing provisions. That's relics. Lost Scouts. Never did this. Well, I can deal with that once I'm done with whatever's going to go on in the capital in a minute. So first off, why is Winter Sun? Oh yeah, I never did, because I never got the, I never met the Order of the Flaming Lance. They never showed up. So I have yet to learn the identity of the mad half-elf woman. I'm going to do this just because it's way easier.
But you seem so much wiser. Sometimes I feel like a child compared to you.
Immortals mature differently than ordinary humans. Even Shaylin's views changed over time. It took her millennia to understand that true beauty is not on the outside, but within.
Bum, 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 bum. Oh, did I not? Oh, god damn it. So I failed this because I showed up after doing the Ivory Sanctum. And Jana's not here. I've never found Jana. That's fine. It's probably fine. She would just get locked up anyway. Well, now I know a failure condition. I did not actually know that. Not to mention that entire quest line isn't going to come back. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to... I'm going to deal with these little bits here, I think. Oh yeah, right, I got to get the mongrels. Aha! An officer stands to attention before you. Next to him stands a private in shackles. The private is hunched over painfully, and he appears to have taken a beating. His face is covered in bruises and scratches. The officer salutes. Officer London, Commander. Permission to report. Last night, Private Gorvo attacked Officer Damar, the regiment officer, and killed him. I would have dealt with him right away, like we do on the march, but Gorvo demanded your judgment, and as the new commanding officer of the regiment, I could not refuse him. The private is awkwardly trying to salute with his shackled hands. Hail, Commander. Private Gorvo reporting for the restoration of justice. Why do you demand my judgment, Private? Because you're known to be just. You make scoundrels show their true colors, as if you can see right through them. You're my commander. My life belongs to you, not to these vultures. I'm a killer, but not by choice. When Damar said I got his armor dirty during training and that I'd be punished for it, I realized I couldn't stand it anymore, and no one was going to save me but myself. Commander wouldn't have the time to hear a complaint from a lowly grunt. That's what I thought, so I took out my knife. Gorvo grins bitterly. I was right. You made time to come and see a killer, didn't you? Why did you attack him? Lillian answers quickly before Gorvo even has a chance to open his mouth. He and Damar fought over a woman, Commander. Everyone knows this. You can ask anyone. Gorvo clenches his fists and his shackles rattle noisily. That's a lie. I killed him because someone who had to. It had to stop. Lillian, you said something about a woman. What's the story? An archer, one of the women who aren't interested in glory, but only joined the crusade looking for a rich count to marry. Can't remember her name. Damar wasn't a count, but his family is old, wealthy, and respected. Of course she chose him. Though after everything that's happened, she's probably lying low somewhere. You lying dog. You know Relia stayed in Canabras. What do you say next? That she flew to Dresden on a silver dragon to dump me? There's nothing between us. I don't need a bitch who gets off with the likes of Damar. Someone had to kill him? Why do you say that? This is nonsense, Commander. I knew Damar. He was a loyal warrior, a skilled fighter, and a strict officer. It's true. He wasn't universally loved. The regiment's weaklings and idlers hated his methods. I didn't think they would go so far as to murder him. True, he was a lover of women, but that woman made her choice. Gorvo should have just... Damar bullied us in word and action. A strict officer? Why don't you mention the time he ordered us to bury that lad neck deep in the ground and forbade us from shooting away the crows? I remember back in Canabras when we tied a soldier to a pole in the stables on a hot day. Anyone who brought him water and waved away the gadflies was brought back to the same stables and whipped. And you think he struck us on our backs? No, it's always the heels or other places where it hurt the most. And you know, Lillian, that what it's like when you put rag is put over your face, and when they pour, silence, private! Gorvo is going to go to prison to await trial. Both Lillian and Gorvo bow, but Lillian is obviously confused. I know nothing can be hidden from you, Commander, but you see, there might be consequences depending on how this investigation goes. Fought over a woman is a good answer to all questions, believe me. And there is Erebeth. Commander, I don't want to borrow you, but I received this letter from Nerosian. It's from the Dalmora family. I don't recognize this one. It's from the Dalmora family, who hold considerable sway over in the royal court. Count Orvan Dalmora of Ormeraven is an officer in the army. He hasn't ridden home in a while, and his parents are worried. He was here in Dresden, but he disappeared during a skirmish with demons in the wound. To be honest, it seemed like they were more worried about the fate of his armor, which is apparently a family heirloom, than they were about the fate of their middle son. They mentioned the armor every other sentence. I don't think the officer is alive, but we might be able to find the armor and send it to Nerosian. The skirmish took place near Wintersun, so it's possible the locals may know something. Alright. The armor is without its owner. I will immediately have it sent to Nerosian. Oh, that's right. That guy. Now I remember. Loiter's letter, right.
I need to recover.
Ah, yes, it's this. Alright, who are we getting? Isker, Lastwall, Sword Lords of Brevoy. Let's see. Unlock the Inquisitor Mercenary Unit. Duelist Mercenary Unit. Rogue Mercenary Unit. Sorcerer Mercenary Unit. I mean, not going to use any of these. So let's call Isker in. And we've got Captain Hartman. Why are they unsatisfied? Now spring dangerous ideas. Let's see. Pious officers. Heroic officers. +5 bonus to combat morale. Striving for distinction. That's the good one. All right, and now it's Dorlinda. I like how Captain Hartman is a criminal. Forgot about that part. Well, what are you suggesting? Ursula, what's your plan? What do you say? Market increases finance points by 20, material point income by 1. Energy point increases and finance points increases. Fighting pit. +1 bonus. Warehouse. Finance 100. Material points and supply center energy points increased by 1. Yeah, the warehouse is where I want to go. And finally, Captain Odin. Mazda. Yep. Want to hear the opinions of my advisors? Why Rangers? Tell me about snipers. Headhunters. Let's see. Archer, Ranger, Marksman. Yeah, it's Marksman. All right. So that takes care of that for now. So what I'm going to do is I am actually going to redo a little bit. I am going to travel back in time with my Aeon powers to before I assaulted the Ivory Sanctum. Or rather, before I killed Varimarak. And I'm going to go back to the Molten Scar, deal with that thing so that quest doesn't fail, so I have Jennifer later, throw her in jail, and then keep going forward. And basically just do everything I did over again. But that'll be on my own time, and basically I'll be right back to this exact position again next time. So, yeah, I'm going to leave that there. As always, thanks for stopping by. Next time should be... We're going to do a little bit of cleanup stuff, side quests, a couple of them. Then got to hit up Arilu's lab in order to actually end the act. So that'll be... Hopefully that'll get to the end of the act next time. And I got to wait for the queen to actually show up. But yeah. So next time will be end of Act 3 into Act 4, ideally. We'll see. I don't know how long it'll take me to go through the Midnight Vein because that is a lengthy section. It is a very long section. So it might be a longer stream. We'll see. Anyway, that'll be on Wednesday. Tomorrow is Mundemos, so I'll be back playing a couple games. Hopefully better than last week. More interesting games. And yeah, next week I'll be back on Sunday as well with more Pathfinder. So, thank you for stopping by. Enjoy the rest of your day, evening, night, afternoon, midnight, sun, dark sun, space, station, time. And I'll see you next time. Right, is anyone streaming I can raid? Let's see. There we go. That's the button I wanted. Let's see. Anyone streaming I know? Not really. Okay. I'll leave it there then. Bye.